Assalamu alaikum. I can see Ma'am Elam and a few other people in the room. I'd like to greet everyone with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum, and wish everyone a happy first Sunday, and hope everyone's doing well this morning. And we'd like to welcome you to our March First Sunday program, sponsored by the Ministry of Imam W. Dean Muhammad. I see Imam Elam is on, and if he'd like, he can take the mic and open the program so we can get officially started. I see a few other people here. Inshallah. Is Imam Elam in the room? I thought I saw him.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
I didn't mute. I did not mute. So.
Yeah, we got a couple of minutes, but you can take your time if you like, or we can open up with dua, inshallah.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and open up with dua. Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen. Welcome to the First Sunday program.
Okay, Imam Elam, I think we can turn it over to the Muslim Health Consortium. I see Dr. Ramadan. Imam Dr. Ramadan is here. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
It's afternoon now.
Yes, indeed.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu rasuluh sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Indeed, we thank Almighty God Allah for this day, for being here, and for this opportunity to be here present with the Imam Warthy Muhammad II and the Mosque Care's First Sunday program. We, the Muslim Health Consortium, really appreciate this opportunity to bring before our community that information that we have worked hard to research and gather and share for the community and everyone's benefit, inshallah. So we'd like to get right into what we have. We have some, we feel, important information to share. Generally, we begin with the COVID update, but we're happy to say that we're beginning to place COVID in the back seat. It's still in the car. It's not in the rearview mirror yet, but it's in the back seat, and that's progress. So we are changing the title of this segment from COVID update to public health and your personal health. So we'll be approaching things from that perspective going forward, inshallah. As we said, COVID is sort of in the back seat now. And what's the evidence for this? Basically, we can see the number of cases is down, hospitalizations are down, and the death rate is coming down. It's still just above 300 per day, which is still a number. So that's why we put it in the back seat and not in the rearview mirror yet. We see that like Johns Hopkins University, the important contribution that they made from the COVID data tracker that they started about 3 years ago at the onset of the COVID pandemic. They're winding that down in the next 5 days. And they kept the data in a real time of what was happening. And just that site there had 2.5 billion viewers during the time that they were working. And they're about to shut that down. Also, we see the vaccine company, Novavax. It is concerned about its survival. It may go under. It's not getting the funding, and you know, the vaccines, even though they're important, is not active among the population now. We have only, there's about 19% of the US population who have received no vaccine at all. And only about 16% of the US population is up to date in their booster. So as I said, COVID is getting behind us. The issue of long COVID is still with us, however. There are millions of people who have long COVID in the US. And worldwide, there's about 65 million people who have long COVID. And you remember what that is? It's the continuation of the same symptoms of almost that you had during the active disease. We now have identified about 200 symptoms, but only about 50 are really active and extremely disturbing to people. Brain fog and fatigue and muscle aches and joint pains and chest pain and loss of hair and neurologic symptoms. These people feel like their life is being drained out of them. And it's very difficult because we have no cure and really no definite treatment for it at this time. So, you know, we may Allah give them mercy, and we work on the cure, inshallah. We did know that COVID seems to, the long haulers is increased with repeated COVID infections. And with COVID going down now, there's less long COVID present. So that's good. What is in front of us now? If COVID is behind us, what is of concern? And that's what we want to address in this few moments before we get to the main part of our presentation. You may have noticed how the cost of eggs have gone up, cost of chickens have gone up, cost of turkeys have gone up. And one reason for this is that avian bird flu is present in the world. Just this past month, we had to terminate 58 million chickens, turkeys, ducks in the US, 58 million. Okay, these are hens who lay eggs and all. And because this flu goes from wild birds to the flocks, and and it's devastating. The concern is not only the one for the farmers and the economic concern, but that flu virus jumps to mammals. And it has jumped to, for example, minks, bears, foxes, seals, and indeed, it has made the jump to human beings. There is a young girl in Cambodia, 11 years old. She worked with her flock of chickens, and she caught the avian flu virus. And the flu virus is H5N1. And her father also caught it. He tested positive for it, but she died. This is serious. And even though it's one case, we and public health departments scan the world to see if there and how many other cases may be occurring. You recall we've mentioned in the past the pandemic in 1918. That pandemic was suspected also to come from avian flu, from bird flu. It was H1N1. Remember, the one I just said was H5N1. Now, the H's are not hydrogen and nitrogen, but it's actually the H protein of the virus. It's the hemagglutinin protein and the neuraminidase protein. And so this is not, it's in the same family, and that makes us be very attentive. In fact, it brings us to a decision point for the scientists who are looking at this. And when we can see that things are moving into the danger zone, naturally our surveillance increases, but there's also another concern that we have. And that's those who are in favor of enhancing the deadly virus. What do we mean by that? That means that we know if a certain number of mutations can occur, it can become a deadly virus for human beings with human-to-human transfer. That is one of the worst case scenarios. What this line of thinking is that we should get ahead of that and explore these mutations and see if we can gain function for that virus. In other words, make a deadly virus, make what we fear the most. Why would you want to do that? Because you could study it, cut it up, prepare a vaccine, determine which sequences are virulent. In other words, you could work with it beforehand. To an extent, this is how antibiotics are made. So the idea of weaponizing pathogens is a concern that faces scientists now. People argue that they are likely to start a pandemic as much as they are to prevent one. So that there are bans being imposed on research in that direction. What's the support for that? The ones against the enhancing these viruses are called anti-gain of function virologists. They cite that, like in 1977, the flu pandemic that killed 700,000 people was a leak from a lab. And there have been leaks from labs for anthrax and smallpox, lab leaks. And when we say lab leaks, that means it could be intentional or unintentional. Unintentional, it gets out. Intentional, some researchers share the formula. And this is bad because this is really a form of bioterrorism, or can be used as that. You may have heard recently in the last few days that our Energy Department and FBI have determined that COVID was a lab leak from the Wuhan lab in Wuhan, China, into the market. They include the caveat that is with low confidence, because that is not the standard feeling from other departments or from the majority of the scientists in the world. They feel indeed it was a lab leak. Or correction, they feel it was a zoonotic emergency. That means it was transferred from animals to humans. COVID is serious, has been serious. 7 million people have died worldwide, and 1 million have died in the US. So it's important to the best that we can to determine the source and keep our eye on the future, on surveillance, because, you know, some people are into weaponizing things, and it leaves the rest of us standing on a defensive foot. So much for that. We will talk more about that in the future. We also just want to bring up quickly that a vaccine has been developed for fentanyl. We all know how bad fentanyl has been. It's lacing all of the drugs out there, and it's been deadly. And a vaccine has been developed. Next year, it should be going into human trials. And, you know, this is very good. Fentanyl, just to remind you, is 50 times more powerful than heroin and 100 times more powerful than morphine. And also, right now, we have 150 people per day dying from opioid overdose. So with that, the public health portion of our introduction here, we'd like to pivot to what our topic is for today. And as you know, if you have been following us, we have been talking about the 10 top killers of African-American people. And just to remind you again, number 1 is heart disease, 2 is cancer, 3 is unintentional injuries, 4 is homicide and gun violence, number 5 is stroke, number 6 is diabetes, number 7 is chronic lower respiratory diseases, number 8, kidney disease, number 9, septicemia, and number 10, today discussion is hypertension. And just a brief introduction into this. Hypertension in African Americans in the US, hypertension Hypertension is known as the silent killer. For myself, I like to consider it the assassin. That makes it active and brings it home, the assassin. Hypertension is out to get you or me through the heart, through our vessels, through our kidneys, through our brain, cerebral vascular. Hypertension is after us. African Americans, Black people, we have the greatest prevalence of hypertension than anyone else in the world. We are more severe. We're on more medications for the treatment of it, many of which are less effective that we find in us. Causing strokes, we have twice as many as our non-Black counterparts, and we have kidney disease resulting from hypertension, 5 times as much for African Americans. So, keeping my eye on the time, if you can just picture a pump, a pipe, and a safety valve, and a pipe going back to the pump. That's essentially what our heart is, our vascular tree, and the kidney. The heart, as you know, pumps the blood. The kidney monitors it and excretes the urine and waste products, but it also, as a safety valve, is the governor. A lot goes on in the kidneys. But if you keep that picture in mind, it will explain how hypertension is dealt with medically. We want to emphasize that all hypertension is not essential hypertension. Essential hypertension is the one that we consider most people have. There's no particular medical cause that you can pinpoint. But the causes of hypertension are vascular, and I'll just run down so you can see. Renal vascular stenosis, coarctation of the aorta, preeclampsia, or it can be from the kidney. Chronic kidney disease, glomerulonephritis, nephrotic syndrome, obstructive uropathy, polycystic kidney disease. All of these cause hypertension. Or it can be endocrine, pheochromocytoma, hyperaldosteronism, Cushing disease, hyperparathyroidism, hypothyroidism, hyperthyroidism, sleep disorder, sleep apnea, obesity, hypoventilation, toxic. It can become from drug abuse or pseudohypertension, the white coat syndrome. It's important when you go to your doctor to not to be just started on medicine for your elevated blood pressure, because the blood pressure that you have may be caused by any of those other conditions. The basic test that you should have done is an EKG, a glucose, BUN, creatinine, serum cholesterol, and a urinalysis. This gives us an idea if any of the other secondary causes of hypertension may be present in us. Remember, the damage from hypertension is in the heart, vascular tree, the kidney, and the vessels in the brain. Hypertension, when I was in medical school, was thought to be 140 over 90. That was a cutoff for elevated blood pressure. Now we're down to 120 over 80 or less is ideal. Hypertensive emergencies, when your blood pressure is 180 over 120, and I've seen it much higher than that. I've seen it so high that I thought they were gonna burst the vessel in front of my eyes. Dangerous conditions are hypertensive encephalopathy, left ventricular failure or heart failure, or acute aortic dissection. And what that is sheaths around the aorta. You get false channels going down those sheaths in the aorta. AAA. The basic medicine, and we're just about to conclude here and pass it on to our next presenter, are ACE inhibitors, beta blockers, calcium channel blockers, and diuretics. And there's basically sort of a program for approaching the combo or the combination of medicines that an individual has. And it's based on his heart, his kidneys, and other comorbidities, which medicines work for him, the side effects, and the effectiveness. And in my conclusion, there's an understanding out there that is supported by some research as to which medicines work more effective in African Americans. And some medicines, the ACE inhibitors and the ARBs, which we can explain if we have a chance later, seem to be less effective. And we do respond and retain salt and fluids. So diuretics have been effective with us. So with that, I'm going to conclude this portion of our presentation, and I will turn it over to Sister Sharon, who will introduce our distinguished guest speaker today and also give her presentation. So thank you, Sister Sharon. Are you there?
She's on. She may need to just unmute.
Okay.
Sister Sharon, are you there?
Yes, sir. My apologies.
No.
I'm just going to read a bio. Welcome, Dr. Bright. We know you are under a time constraint, WD Muhammad, and to the audience. So Dr. Bright is our guest speaker. She's a registered dietitian and public health nutritionist within the Office of Minority Health and Health Disparities Research at the Lombardi Comprehensive Cancer Center at Georgetown University. In such capacity, she tackles nutritional disparities in cancer health through nutrition education, community engagement, and research. Dr. Bright earned her PhD in community nutrition from Howard University, DC, and her Master of Public Health in Health Promotion and Disease Promotion from George Washington University, DC. She received her Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics from Loma Linda University in California. She has taught at the university level, both undergraduate and graduate courses, and led diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts among facility staff and students. Dr. Bright enjoys good food, the outdoors, and traveling with her family. Welcome, Dr. Bright.
Thank you so much for having me this afternoon, Sister Sharon, and thank you for the Muslim Health Consortium for inviting me this afternoon. Today, I would like to talk about hypertension, specifically in terms of nutrition prevention and management. Sister Sharon said earlier, I'm a bit pressed by time, and I apologize for that. I may have to skip through few slides, but I'll make sure that I give you the information that is really most important for us today. So as I was saying, we want to talk about nutrition prevention and management. I'll be talking about some the scientific basis for the diet, specifically the DASH eating plan that we're going to be discussing today. And we are going to also look at it in very specific detail. So if we can share the slide, I would appreciate that.
Brother Adil, can we come from your view? Or I'll just actually have to share from my screen. Alhamdulillah, excellent.
Thank you. We can go to the next slide, please. So again, we're going to talk about prevention and the management of high blood pressure, talk about the details of the DASH eating plan, and also give some words in terms of conclusion. Next slide, please. So as an introduction, we understand that poor nutrition is the leading cause of cardiovascular diseases, and knowing also and understanding that lowering your blood pressure can help protect CVDs. And specifically, the DASH eating plan has been shown to help lower your blood pressure, as well as help lower your cholesterol, and specifically your LDL. So there's really strong research evidence that the DASH eating plan is actually very helpful in terms of high blood pressure. Next slide. And we can skip this slide since Dr. Ramadan already gave us some statistics. Thank you. So when we talk about nutrition prevention and management of HBP, we have to understand that the guidelines are similar in terms of prevention and management. The only difference for management is that you will have to take medication if you actually diagnosed with high blood pressure, and that you will need to work with your doctor. But otherwise, when we are talking about prevention and management, again, the guidelines are similar. So we encourage and recommend that people eat a heart-healthy diet, that they do consume less salt, that they try to maintain a healthy weight, that they be physically active, manage stress, and also get adequate sleep. Although in our setting today, it may not be appropriate when we talk about avoiding alcohol, but for the general population, it's something that needs to happen. And then the last one here will be to quit smoking. Next slide, please. So the DASH diet and eating plans, the DASH stand for Dietary Approaches to Stop Hypertension. It was first introduced in the 90s, specifically in 1997. And that was based on a work by the National Institute of Health, the National Heart Health, Lung and Blood Institute, as well as recommended by the American Heart Association as being an eating plan that has promising value in terms of lowering high blood pressure and lowering even the risk of getting hypertension. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go into the detail in terms of the science behind the DASH diet. Again, I've said before, that is, there's the evidence for this diet is very strong in terms of the correlation to reducing and lowering high blood pressure. But I just want to point out the section that is in red here. The result of the DASH eating plan, specifically the initial study, showed that the DASH eating plan helped to lower blood pressure and prevent or reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, kidney disease that Dr. Ramadan mentioned before, and gout also. Next slide, please. So there are definite benefits of the DASH eating plan, and one that I wanted to highlight here in terms of a risk factor and the fact that by when we examine and when studies were done looking specifically at the DASH eating plan, the result came showing that among women, there was a 13% reduction risk in hypertension. And concerning Black adults specifically, there was a 14% risk reduction. So that's something that is we consider to be significant in terms of the benefit. Next slide, please. So as we're looking at the DASH eating plan and how is it different from other dietary plans, the great news in terms of the DASH eating plan is the fact that you don't need special food. No special foods are required, right? So the recommendation is here that people will consume daily and weekly items specifically. So the recommendation for this diet in particular, and I have to be careful in utilizing the term, we want to say more of an eating plan versus a diet, right? Because when we talk about diet, we're thinking about short term. Rather, when we talk about an eating plan, we're thinking about long term. So we're talking about lifestyle. And this is what we hope that the DASH eating plan will be a lifestyle. So we want, within the DASH eating plan, we want to encourage people to eat. And I apologize for my screen that tends to freeze, and I've tried to fix it different ways. And unfortunately, I'm just going to have to, maybe to freeze so I can continue. So we want to increase fruits and vegetables as well as whole grain. We want to make sure that we also include fat-free or low-fat dairy products. And I'm trying to see if I can just stop my video here so that it won't be distracting. I apologize for that. And the other thing is that we want to limit all the foods that are high in saturated fats. And what we mean by saturated fat, anything that is solid at room temperature has saturated fat. So I'm giving you an example. If you, let's say you are, consuming some red meat, for example, and when it becomes cold, when you have that yellow, that part of that is left after, from the oil that came out of the meat, for example, whenever it's hard, that hard part is what we call the saturated fats, versus the unsaturated fat that would be things like your olive oil, for example, that are still liquid at room temperature. The other thing that we want to encourage to limit is sugar sweetened beverages and sweets. And as much as I like, bean pie, right, we have to make sure that we limit our consumption of our sweets. The other thing that is also very important and specific to the DASH eating plan is the assurance that we want to make sure that our clients consume enough foods that are rich in potassium, calcium, magnesium, as well as fiber and protein. And also that, whatever we consume is lower in sodium. And just to give you an idea, what when we think about a diet or a healthy eating that is lower in sodium, we think about intake of sodium that is around 2,300 milligrams, which is equivalent to about a teaspoon of salt. Now, the average American consumes 3,400 milligrams of sodium every day. And so the recommendation is, in terms of the DASH eating plan, is for our people to eat 2,300 milligrams of sodium or even less, because the research has shown that when people were eating very low amount of sodium, they had better results on this eating plan. Thank you. Next slide. So looking at specific of the DASH eating plan, and again, I apologize because we certainly cannot do justice to this eating plan with a short amount of time that we have, but I just wanted you to have a basic understanding. I wanted to point out certain things here, and even as Dr. Ramadan had mentioned before, when we are encouraging people to make sure that as they're following the DASH eating plan, that there's also recommendation in terms of certain minerals. One, we do encourage that people on the DASH eating plan increase their potassium intake, specifically when somebody has been diagnosed with high blood pressure and that they're taking a medication, specifically a diuretics, they are going to be losing potassium. And because of that, we need to replace that loss of potassium that occurs because of a medication. However, when it comes to potassium specifically, if a person is already suffering from a kidney disease, they have to be very careful in terms of how much potassium they are able to consume. So the food items that are in red on the slide are the ones that are really high in potassium, but at the same time, if somebody has kidney disease, or sometimes somebody may have diabetes and they have underlying kidney disease, they will need to avoid those foods. So again, that would be banana, oranges, kiwi, avocado, mangoes. So if somebody does not have kidney disease and they're not taking any other medication and they don't have any other health condition, they certainly can have them. But if there is an underlying kidney disease, then they will have to avoid those high potassium foods and go to the ones that are highlighted here in blue, like the apple, the berries. There's also the recommendation is to increase calcium intake. And there are many different ways of increasing calcium. It could be through dairy and also through non-dairy product like your and salted almonds, broccoli, your green leafy vegetables, your fig also have calcium. One item here, again, that is really high in calcium is canned sardines, but because it's high in sodium, you really have to try to avoid it as much as possible. Or sometimes people will even go as far as rinsing out the sardines before they actually use it. The other thing that we want to increase is the magnesium, and I've highlighted here foods that are high in magnesium. And if you wanted to take a picture of the slide, that would be fine with me, just to remember some of the foods that are highlighted here. So again, in terms of magnesium, things like green leafy vegetables, making sure that if you consume almonds or peanuts that you get the unsalted kind. And one thing that we like to see on that list for most of us is also dark chocolate or cocoa that's also high in magnesium. But of course, it has to be taken in moderation. Next slide, please. So this is another, and again, this is another good picture that you can take. This is from the National Institute of Health. This is a picture of, this picture really summarizes what the DASH eating plan is again, and what I had said before in words is just presented here in pictures, where on one side you actually have what you can eat, and on the other side, things that you can limit. Next slide, please. So the next step, as whenever we talk about eating plans, we have to discuss our serving size, right? Because otherwise the information doesn't make a lot of sense. So we are recommending here, based on the amount of calories that each one of us is supposed to have every day, there are a required number of serving size. So depending on the, if it's a fruits or vegetables, or if it's a sweet, you will have to respect the serving size. But that means that in order for you to even know how much servings you need to have based on your caloric intake, that would mean that you would need to consult either with your nutritionist or dietitian, or even sometimes nurses. Different health professionals can also even help you with that information. Now, I want to mention that on this graphic for specifically, most of the items are to be consumed daily. So when we're talking about your grains, fruits and vegetables and dairy products, or even your protein, but when we talk about your nuts and your seeds and your oils, and also anything that is sweet like your dessert, we want to realize that the recommendation and the serving sizes that are outlined here are referring to an intake weekly versus daily for the other food categories. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. So because a lot of time when we talk about serving size, it doesn't always mean anything to our clients. So I've included this graph here. And again, you can take a picture of what we mean by serving size. So when we're talking about that you need to consume 4 to 5 servings of fruits or vegetable, let's say vegetable, for example, if we look at the vegetable category here, so 1 cup of the lettuce, for example, is equal to 1 serving. Half a cup of fresh frozen of canned fruit, vegetables will be equivalent to 1 serving. And that's how you'll be able to determine how much vegetable you're supposed to have every day, or how much fruit, etc., etc. Next slide. So additional practical tips on if you were wanting to start on the DASH eating plan. Again, you will want to make sure that you consult with your physician or your dietitian, but any changes that we make in terms of lifestyle changes or dietary changes, we want to start gradually. So you don't, tomorrow you don't want to start on the DASH eating plan. You want to slowly, get there maybe over a 2 or 3 weeks period. You definitely want to bring in variety in the type of food that you eat. You also want to make healthy substitutions. So for example, things like instead of using any kind of oil, you will want maybe to favor olive oil, for example. We recommend in terms of reducing salt and sodium in your diet, that you eat a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables. Anything that is plant-based is ideal. You want to start looking at the food label to understand and find out how many sodium and salt is in the food that you buy. Paying attention to also the preparation, like, favoring steaming or even using your air fryer versus frying, for example, because that will increase the saturation in your product. Definitely limiting your salt intake of processed food, and even using herbs and spices, right, to bring back some of the flavor that you may have lost, or that that you may have lost because you're using less sodium. And sometimes it's because we simply never had a chance to actually eat the real fruits, or to actually really enjoy the product, in its natural form. And so often we've, modified the product so much that people sometimes have a hard time enjoying. And I'm giving an example, just enjoying, some a carrot stick, for example, or some broccoli, because we always, whenever we eat them, they're always mixed with other things or have sauces on them. So sometimes it does take, a time for people to get used to actually tasting the real food. And that's when, reducing the salt and the sodium can be challenging in terms of, taste and the palate. Next slide. So we've said that there are great benefits to the DASH eating plan, and it's a great diet overall. And actually, the DASH eating plan has been considered is among the best diets that are currently available in terms of lowering high blood pressure. But there's also a few downsides to the DASH diet. And if people are not used to do meal planning, or if someone doesn't cook or doesn't enjoy cooking, that eating plan can be challenging, because the recommendation is here for this particular eating plan is that people will actually eat, foods or prepare foods in a way where there's very little amount of, not a lot of processed food, and you want to cook food from scratch. So for some people, that will be challenging. The other thing that this eating plan does not really account for is for people that are lactose intolerant. And we understand that in the African American community, many people are lactose intolerant, and also considering that some people have food allergies, right? When we're encouraging that people eat more nuts and seeds, for example, a lot of people are allergic to nuts. So that will require making sure that we find a healthy alternative. And also another thing is the increased fiber in that particular eating plan can also create gas and bloating initially. But those are minor compared to the benefits that somebody can have following the DASH eating plan. Next slide. So in addition to what we already mentioned, there's also natural remedies to lower high blood pressure. And I make sure that all the natural remedies that I have outlined here are remedies that are approved by and have been scientifically studied. So there's a link here that is highlighted in green. Here is a link to the NIH website, their website for CAM that stands for Complementary Alternative Medicine, and where, you know, they do a lot of studies for different natural remedies. So all those that I have outlined here have actually been studied. And let's say you have question about something that you're doing, or that a natural remedy that you're using to lower high blood pressure, you could go and check on this website that I have outlined here to make sure that that is actually backed by the scientific and study. So the list is not extensive, but there's still enough information that could be helpful. So one that I want to mention on this list, as we're talking about different things, you know, prayer, having faith, you know, trusting in God, those are things that are also considered complementary alternative medicine, or the people will call prayer meditation, but those also have been shown to help in terms of lowering high blood pressure. Using probiotics like yogurt or fermented foods, garlic, noni, which is pictured here, green tea, hibiscus tea, cocoa, fish oils, and flax seeds. Those are some of the few natural remedies that actually have been studied and have been shown to lower high blood pressure. Now, there is a word of caution here, because whenever you use natural remedy, you want to make sure that you discuss that with your physician, with your pharmacist, or with your nutritionist, because some of those remedies do have a drug-nutrient interaction, simply meaning that you may take a natural remedy, and depending on how much you take or how often you take it, that could have an impact on the efficiency of the medicine that you are taking, right? So we want to avoid any type of toxicity. We want to avoid any type of issues in terms of that. So it's very important that when you're using natural remedy, that you know exactly how much you're using, and that you mention that to your physician, so they be sure, or again to your pharmacist or your nutritionist, so they can make sure that there will be no drug nutrient interactions. Next slide, thank you. So I would like to conclude today's talk by saying that yes, using the DASH eating plan is helpful in terms of preventing and managing high blood pressure. And we understand, as again, Dr. Ramadan said earlier, that not only high blood pressure is the silent killer, but the assassin, as he was saying. And taking care of high blood pressure and preventing it is a matter of survival for our communities. There's also, as you are all going on your journey to be healthier, or to reduce and to lower your high blood pressure or bring it under control, you want to find reason to motivate yourself to stay on track and do the right thing. And that sometimes you can get that strength in your faith. You can think about family members and friends that you need to be around, maybe wanting to make sure that you're around to see your grandchildren grow. And so it's very important that as a community, we do everything that we can to tackle that issue. And by following a heart healthy lifestyle, such as, you know, eating like the DASH eating health plan, you can reduce your high blood pressure. You can prevent or delay the development of high blood pressure. You can also and even enhance the effectiveness of blood pressure medication by following such a healthy plan. The doctor, you know, if it's really helpful, if it's working great for you and you're following it, the doctor can even reduce the amount of medication that you take. And last but not least, it does lower your risk of heart attack, stroke, heart failure, kidney damage, and vision loss. Next slide. So I know that I've been very fast, and again, all my apologies for that. But, at this time, if there are questions, I'd be happy to take a couple of questions before I will have to sign off. Thank you. And hopefully my camera
No
now will
questions,
be fine.
Oh,
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bright. Excellent presentation. Dr. Ramadan, we'll allow you so we can be considerate of the Dr. Bright's time. Dr. Ramadan, if you'll allow for the questions, we'll turn it over to you to direct those questions for Dr. Bright.
Well, if we can, at this moment, we want to take advantage of having her here. So if we can, any questions from the audience, we could direct those to her now so we can get her response. I think that would be great.
So please raise your hand in the audience so we can acknowledge you. We're going to stop sharing the screen and the Dr. Bright will be on. I believe the ma'am has a question first.
Yes. Thank you and welcome, Dr. Bright. The information is extremely valuable to us and it's very appreciated. I love all of the imagery that came along with it. It always excites me to see images of fresh fruit and vegetables. We sometimes don't see them looking that nice even in the supermarket. But my question is the benefit of juicing. I thought recently I tried, I was trying to get my children to eat more fresh fruits and vegetables. They love fruits, but when it comes to vegetables, I have to almost put each spoonful or forkful in their mouth, to get them to eat it. But when I juice it and mix it with some fruits, I'm curious, I know we lose a lot of fiber, but is it still healthy?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So definitely juicing has great benefits. There are, as you starting to mention, when you juice, you said it, you lose fiber, right? And that is important in terms of even colon health. So that's something that we have to consider. And when we juicing fruit, we have to realize about the amount of sugar that we're consuming because it takes more than one orange, right, to make even just 4 ounces of orange juice. So that's where the caution is. So if you're working with somebody that has diabetes, for example, juicing would not be the best option specifically in terms of foods. It could be okay for vegetables, right, and even not sweet vegetables like your carrots, for example, but you want to be mindful of for those reasons. Now, I have children too, and the way that I find that is very interesting and helpful when I want to include a vegetable in the meal. Like I'm from African descent, so I do eat a lot of rice. So sometimes I would, blend my vegetables and put them in other things. Like even if you're cooking pasta, for example, or even if you're making, let's say, some beef with I'm so sorry about this
I know
camera of that, but
like
you mix
broccoli.
it, you can mix it. Let's say you have broccoli, zucchini, you can blend that.
Yep.
And and you could put that in something else, and that's often that's a way that you can do that.
Okay, so you don't have to be eating huge amounts, just as long as we work it into our diets on a daily basis.
Yeah, and you have to make sure that you consider, right, when we say that the recommendation is 4 to 5 serving, right? So think about those 4 to 5 servings. So if you're juicing, you may need much more than that, right? In terms for vegetable is not so much of an issue again, other than you losing fiber. And so, but also means fiber losing also certain nutrients. But the issue again, if how much you're going to have to consume, for example, for fruits where you have a lot of sugar. So, right, so if you're eating, at the end of the day, if you're juicing and you have 12 servings of fruits, for example, that may have an impact in terms of caloric intake, and then at the end in terms of weight. So that's where you have to be careful. But if you're staying within the serving size, which is 4 to 5, if you're just juicing that for the day, then, but you will have to make up for the loss of fiber somewhere else.
Yeah, I kind of do the fruits for dessert for them. But the vegetables, I thought I actually did some kale recently, some spinach and dandelions. And I put beets in it to make it sweet.
Yeah.
And, I fooled them for a minute, but You know, I'm gonna stick to cooking my greens. I appreciate the
Yeah.
help.
Or
Yeah.
sometimes is to involve them in the cooking part, right? If you involve them in the cooking and you ask them to cut the vegetables, then, you know, by engaging them, then they begin to become interested as well.
You're right. You're right. Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Bright, I'm not sure if you have, how many more questions? You have time for one or two more questions?
I can take one more question and then I'll
Okay.
be more than happy to take, you know, if Sister Sharon wanting to take question and send it to me, or maybe even we can have another, maybe a workshop another time where we can actually go in more detail. I'll be more than happy to do that, but I can take one more question for today.
Excellent. Okay, one more question. Please raise your hand, open up your mic to ask your question. The Muslim Health Consortium is always with us, but they have a special guest today. She's an expert in her field and she's very good at what she does. So let's take advantage of this opportunity as she's gracious enough to answer a question for us. So if you have a question, please ask it now. Those of you on the YouTube audience as well, please enter your question in the chat and then we'll ask it of Dr. Bright. I don't see any hands, Dr. Bright. If Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, I'll turn it back over to you if you had a question or a comment or you wanted to say something to Dr. Bright.
No, we very much appreciate we very much appreciate Dr. Bright and her expertise. And I haven't heard that diet explained so well before. And we thank you, and we really look forward to God willing having you back again. And thank you very much for squeezing us into your busy schedule.
Thank you so much for having me. My pleasure.
Indeed. We do have one more presentation, Sister Sharon, to give some specifics on the sort of the pathophysiology of hypertension, some aspects that we haven't explained so far. So if we could have her come on at this time, Sister Sharon.
Yes. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Brother Adele, do you mind loading the next presentation, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So while we're waiting, dear audience, again, I want to thank Imam D. Muhammad, President of Mosque Cares, and the listening and viewing audience. And so we're just going to provide just a little visual adjunct to what's already been actually shared with you. And we want to invite you also to travel over to the Muslim Health Consortium Facebook page, and you will find both these documents for your review over time. Inshallah. Thank you, sir. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Can you advance to the next page? Thank you. So basically, we know that we said our topic is that hypertension is the 10th leading cause of death for African Americans, and that according to the American Heart Association, the prevalence of high blood pressure among our population in the US is among the highest in the world. So about 55% of Black adults have high blood pressure, which we also know is called hypertension, and that we also are disproportionately with higher rates and more severe hypertension develops earlier in our lives. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is the impact of all of this? So the lack of access to medication, still we have a distrust for healthcare professionals because we know there's a historical discrimination aspect. And so that is why many of us still do not seek out our blood pressure medications. Certain medications also may be less effective for us as African Americans because it may require 2 or more medications to achieve our blood pressure goals. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what is hypertension or high blood pressure? You may have heard, we're going to review that it is a common condition that affects our body's arteries. And that if you have it, the force of the blood pushing against the arterial walls is consistently too high. And the heart has to work harder to pump that blood. So Dr. Ramadan alluded to, and also Dr. Bright, that that general blood pressure that they're looking for, that reading is the top number being 130 and the bottom number or diastolic being 80 millimeters of mercury or higher. And next slide, please. We have some links that we're going to share with you also. You can look at those on the Muslim Health Consortium Facebook. Dr. Ramadan did review these various types of numbers that put you in a normal range, the elevated range, stage 1 hypertension, high blood pressure, and when it is a hypertensive crisis, when is it time to get to the hospital or to seek out your medical professionals. Next slide, please. Thank you, sir. So some of the factors leading to hypertension or blood pressure. So we have higher rates of obesity and diabetes, which increase the risk of high blood pressure and heart disease. Our statistics do show that we still face disproportionately higher rates of both of these conditions. So how do we overcome the challenges of blood pressure management? So again, you've heard it, and this is something we just need to keep in mind: maintaining a healthy weight and a diet, plus exercise. It's a beautiful day on the East Coast. I went for a walk, 8,000 steps. And so put that into your regimen if you can, as the weather becomes more pleasant. And you can go out, it can go a long ways to lowering our blood pressure. Next slide, please. All right, some quick symptoms of hypertension. Also, you can review those later. So some people get these symptoms: headache, shortness of breath, nosebleeds. We know it's a silent killer because we may be ignoring those symptoms, but major damage to our organs is occurring and we're not aware. Next slide, please. So what happens to us, just to review again, when we go untreated, when our blood pressure is untreated? So possible heart attack, possible stroke, and other health problems such as kidney disease. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, when to see your doctor? Let's be advocates for our health. So it depends on your age and your overall health. Ask for a blood pressure reading at least every 2 years of age. Every 2 years. All right, and you want to start at 18 years of age. So if you're 40 or older, plus if you're 18 to 39 and you're at high risk for hypertension, you need to ask for a blood pressure check at least every year. And we just want to also make you aware that home blood pressure monitoring is very, very prominent now. You work with your physician, you do telemedicine, you get a blood pressure cuff. We're going to see those slides in a few minutes, but this is something you can do as much as you need to in the privacy of your own home. Next slide, please. I'm sure we've all heard of the white coat syndrome. I may have it myself. You go into your doctor's office and okay, female or male, they have a white coat on and your blood pressure sky high. So you sit there, you have to wait. And this occurs with many of us. However, some of us already identify with high blood pressure and we're on meds, but some of us, we don't get the treatment because we're assuming it's just that we're anxious going into the doctor's office. So there's a study out there really alludes to the fact that those group of people, when they leave there over time, there's more damage done and even death occurring, and that healthcare professionals need to capture that group of patients. Next slide, please. All right, what are we doing to our kidneys? Many of us have kidney failure. Many of us know someone on dialysis, a family member, a friend. So your kidneys and your circulatory system depend on each other. And the kidneys help to filter the waste and the extra fluids from the body. And they use a lot of blood vessels. So when the blood vessels become damaged, those nephrons, those are the functional units in the kidneys that filter your blood, They don't receive the oxygen and the nutrients they need to function well. And this is why blood pressure is the second leading cause of kidney failure, according to the American Heart Association. Next slide, please. All right, so over time, we're talking about the renal blood vessels again. So you have this dense network of blood vessels blood flowing through them. And over time, that uncontrolled hypertension causes the arteries to narrow in the kidneys, or they become weakened or hardened. So these damaged arteries are not able to deliver enough blood, again, to that kidney tissue. So some key points to remember: a damaged kidney, the arteries don't filter the blood well. And plus, the damaged kidneys fail to regulate your blood pressure. Next slide, please. We're going to briefly, next slide, please. Thank you, sir. So next slide, and you can also, as I said, in interest of time, just review some of the kidney symptoms, the symptoms of kidney disease that slowly appear. Just a few. You're just tired more than normal. Your appetite has changed. Your stomach's upset. You're nauseous. You're urinating more or less than usual. You have blood in the urine. It's foamy or discolored. You have swelling in your legs and feet. You have headaches. And those are some of the symptoms that you may see. Some of the tests that you may receive if you're we pray you're in the healthcare system and you're seeing your doctor regularly. So some of the tests that they will run are urinalysis for protein, blood, albumin, and creatinine, 24-hour urine collections, complete blood count or CBCs. You have blood tests for sodium, potassium, creatinine, and urea nitrogen. You also have x-rays. You also have MRI. You have CT scans and ultrasound, because kidney disease may not even be discussed right now with your physician. So key point: diabetes is the leading cause of kidney failure, and high blood pressure or hypertension is the second leading cause of kidney failure. Thank you, sir. And next page. All right. Again, just a review of what do our healthy kidneys do? Okay, so what do they take in? Unfiltered blood from the body. And so it's filtered back out to the body, and then you urinate the waste and the excess through the bladder. So some prevention methods, Dr. Bright alluded to these, and also Dr. Ramadan, just to review: smoking cessation. Don't start. If you started, quit. Reduce your salt intake. Heart healthy diets, rich in fruits and vegetables. Get up and move. Extra, regular exercise, and maintaining your healthy weight. Controlling if you already have diabetes. Monitor your hemoglobin A1C levels, and also take kidney protective blood pressure medicines if you're already on them. Next slide, please. Thank you. So these are some of the things also Dr. Ramadan and Dr. Bright touched on as well. She did a wonderful job with the DASH diet and those regimens and the type of foods that you can utilize. We talked about salt intake. We talked about moving. We talked about maintaining a healthy weight. Don't want to belabor that stress management. Every day there's stress. We need to learn how to manage it better. And we need to have that special talk with family and friends, each generational level. What do we have in our genes? How are you managing it? And how should your children and grandchildren manage it? We need to get enough sleep. That is so important. We need to get enough sleep. Sleep has a major impact on our health. Smoking cessation: if we're smoking, we're stopping. If we're intaking alcohol, eliminate it or reduce. And also, again, yoga, Tai Chi, finding something different to balance you and relax you, along with music therapy. And Dr. Bright also alluded to faith, number one. And so next slide, please. Okay, some of us are already on these medications for our kidneys and high blood pressure: diuretics, angiotensin converting enzyme or ACE inhibitors, calcium channel blockers, vasodilators or beta blockers, And remember, because of African-American genes, they may not work as effectively on us or older people when they're taken without another type of blood pressure medication. So the next slide are foods. Dr. Bright went over the foods that are readily available to us. There's some also on this slide. There's information about these natural foods that are found in other countries. We're becoming aware of them and their benefits to blood pressure. So I invite you again to review the documents that we have posted on the Mosque Cares Facebook page. Next slide, please. Okay, very good. I hope all of us have apples in our pantry, berries, cauliflower, cucumber, parsley. Very good. Yes, sir. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, very important. Some of us have come across wrist blood pressure machines or monitors. They're now available for home use. And do we have a few minutes to show this brief video? It's about 2 minutes as to how to use that, Brother Adil.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. Let's see here.
Do you need me to stop sharing or?
Can you open that link from your side?
Let me see. Did you send it to me? Is that I have it? Do I have it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And let me know because I can also pull it from the desktop.
Yeah, I just see the health slides and then the Dr. Bright's presentation.
Okay. All right. So 1 second here. Right. All right. So I'm going to open this one about just best practices. Is just about a minute and a half. And let's see.
This $60 bathroom stone is the last bath mat you'll ever buy.
Fabric bath mats can be a breeding ground for mildew, mold, and odors.
Did you want to share the screen,
Okay,
Dr.
let's have a
Sister
real
Sarai?
talk about blood pressure.
Yes, sir. Can we
Do you
share
want
the
to
screen?
Yeah, just on yours, toward the bottom of the screen, just hit the green arrow point up. It should be like an arrow with a green box around it.
Let you know if you have it under control.
Okay.
It will also help you start to understand which factors are putting you at high risk for stroke and heart attack.
Okay.
Before I get to that, though, I just want to stress one thing. If you have high blood pressure,
If you're on the desktop, it would be near the bottom of your screen and next
let's have
to
a real talk
the
about blood pressure.
silhouette of the people, then right to the right of the chat. It should be to the right of your chat.
Something everyone
Okay.
with high blood pressure should do, but it's something most people don't know how to do correctly. Checking your blood pressure.
Are you able to see
will
it?
Let you know.
No, not yet.
Not
It
yet.
will also help
Okay.
you start to understand which factors are putting you at high risk for stroke and heart attack.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on. Try it now, Sister Sharon.
Okay.
You should be able to do it now.
Okay, let's have a real talk about blood pressure. Do you monitor yours regularly?
Are we
It's
on?
something everyone with
No,
high
we
blood
still
pressure
see
should
you.
do, but it's something most people don't know how to do correctly. Checking your blood pressure.
Did you hit the share? We're not on yet. Did you hit the share button?
It will also help you start to understand which factors are putting you at high risk for stroke and heart attack.
There we
Before I
go.
get to that, though, I just want to stress one
You
thing.
see your screen, you
If
just
you
have to
have
switch
high
it
blood
to
pressure, talk to your doctor
the
to
video.
figure out how. For most people, taking your blood pressure twice in the morning and twice in the evening, even just for a week, will help you and your doctor get a better understanding of your blood pressure. For morning readings, it's best to take those before you take your blood pressure medication. It's okay, let's have a real talk about blood pressure. Do you monitor? This goes can affect your levels. Now, let's move on to talk about the proper way to measure your blood pressure at home. Nearly half adults in the US.
Yeah.
You know what, Dr. Sharon, if it's on there, I could do it. If it's already on the slide that you sent me, it looks like, so I could do it from there.
Very good, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
That's
Good.
Just hit the stop share for me on your side.
Okay.
Okay, great. I'll take it from you.
Okay.
flat on. Don't cross your legs. Make sure you go before you do. Next, rest your arm on a flat surface with your palm up. Place the blood pressure cuff on your bare upper arm just above your elbow. Your arm should be relaxed and resting so the cuff is at the same height as your heart. Now rest quietly for 5 minutes before taking the first measurement. Avoid talking while taking your blood pressure. Once your first measurement is completed, write down the blood pressure numbers and pulse that are displayed on the device. Wait 1 minute and repeat this process again.
My deal, it's not being shared over here. We don't see it. There we go.
Talk about blood pressure.
There we go. That's it.
Do you monitor yours regularly? It's something everyone with high blood pressure should do, but it's something most people don't know how to do correctly. Checking your blood pressure regularly will help let you know if you have it under control. It will also help you start to understand which factors are putting you at high risk for stroke and heart attack. Before I get to that though, I just want to stress one thing. If you have high blood pressure, you should talk to your doctor to figure out how frequently you should be checking it at home. For most people, taking your blood pressure twice in the morning and twice in the evening, even just for a week, will help you and your doctor get a better understanding of your blood pressure. For morning readings, it's best to take those before you take your blood pressure medication. It's also very important to avoid exercise, caffeine, or tobacco at least 30 minutes prior to testing, since those can affect your levels. Now, let's move on to talk about the proper way to measure your blood pressure at home. Nearly half adults in the US have high blood pressure and are at high risk for stroke and heart attack. So self-measuring is one of the easiest ways to be proactive about our health. Here I have my blood pressure monitoring device. It's easy to use and it helps me get an accurate reading. Be sure to get an automated device with an upper arm cuff. That's the type doctors recommend. The first thing you want to do is find a quiet place to sit where your back is in an upright, stable position. A dining room chair is great. You want to make sure the chair isn't too soft so your body is fully supported. Sit with your feet flat on the floor and don't cross your legs or ankles. If you need to use the bathroom, make sure you go before you do your reading. Next, rest your arm on a flat surface with your palm facing up. Place the blood pressure cuff on your bare upper arm just above your elbow. Your arm should be relaxed and resting so the cuff is at the same height as your heart. Now rest quietly for 5 minutes before taking the first measurement. Avoid talking while taking your blood pressure measurement. Once your first measurement is completed, write down the blood pressure numbers and pulse that are displayed on the device. Wait 1 minute and then repeat this process again. As you just saw, it's important to check your two measurements at around the same time each morning and evening. At your next doctor's visit, be sure to share your blood pressure numbers so you can discuss the numbers and so your care plan can be changed if necessary. That's it. Not bad, right? Measuring your blood pressure at home is easy
Brother
to do and
Deal?
a great way to stay on top of your health. If you have more questions about managing
ma'am.
or measuring your blood pressure
There's
overall,
visit
the website.
Simultaneously playing, so.
Physicians against it, so you can see.
Okay.
It's important to remember to keep your feet flat on the floor, not crossed or hanging off the chair. After the cuff is on your arm, please take a few breaths to relax. And keep your posture in mind. Keep your arm rested on the table at all times during the reading, and try to keep your movements at a minimum. Now, press the power button on the device to begin your reading. The cuff will inflate, and your reading will be displayed upon reading completion. This process will take only a minute or so. Your reading will be displayed on the screen once completed.
Yes, Sister Sharon, I think it's still playing in your background.
Provider.
Okay,
Once your reading
I'm
is
gonna mute
displayed,
you just to
transcript
verify, but I
will
believe it's
appear.
coming from
Thank
your
you.
end.
Display
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, it was coming from the background on your end. It may be still playing on your desktop. But
Thank you.
yes, ma'am, you're welcome. Thank you.
So inshallah, we can basically have those, that information ready for review on the Facebook page of Mosque Cares. And inshallah, if there are any questions regarding that,
What you got?
There are two hands up, Dr. Sharon.
You don't need to be that.
Those of you who had questions, this is your time. The first one is iPhone, both of you are iPhone, but the first one is just the iPhone, and then we'll take iPhone 718 after that. Go ahead with the first iPhone question.
Assalamu alaikum. This is
Walaikum
Sister Tawhid Mustafa. I'm glad you all went into the stress part, because I know people a lot of times get high blood pressure, because of the stress. And then they tend to eat things that can increase their high blood pressure. They just got to have that sugary thing. It's good to have like something that they said in dash in your hand, when you have a habit of getting stressed out, like some grapes, or like you say, an apple at your house, something like that. It's good to have that there, because you can start going into a higher blood pressure and diabetes or something like that. You make it a habit and you say, oh, this sugar calms me down. And just one last thing I want to say with the stress thing, what I do, and I think it might be a good plan, if you just pray, you make a dua to Allah, because everything is inshallah, he can handle everything, and ask for help with that. That's what I do, and it works. So, I don't turn away from that. If I go further to it, it seems like it happens. So I just wanted to add that. And thank you for the presentation. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah. Dr. Ram, did you want to add anything to her statement?
No, I think that was very clear, and I'm with you 100% on that. And the trust and faith in Allah just blots out so many things, fills in so many gaps, and covers over so many other things that we may not be doing correctly or need to enhance. So
Can I add something?
indeed.
Now everything that we've probably been talking about for the past several months runs in my family, strong, both sides, without a doubt. I discovered that when you start children out real young and you don't let them even taste processed sugar or sugary drinks and sugary foods, you feed them natural fruits and vegetables. And if you do give them a treat like candy, my wife, she used to give our older children like fruit roll-ups. They will go nuts over that, but the sugar content is very, very low. It's just really mashed and dry fruit. And they are now, to even this day, athletic. The three older ones, they're athletic, they're healthy. And even though they may have sugar now, but the foundation, I believe, was built for a healthy metabolism. And they not, for one of a better word, they're not fat like the rest of us. So, and also with the children, the prayer. A lot of people have it's a hard time to get them to be conscious of prayer, because prayer is something that we learn the benefits of as we grow older and we experience life. But I tell children do know fear, anxiety, they do know emotional extremes. And so I tell them, seek refuge in God, say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. I say that always seek a safe place from your own emotions and your anger. When you feel them blowing up, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. I drill that into my children all the time. And I can almost see the stress leave them when I remind them to say, seek refuge in Allah. And I tell them in different ways. I change it from, I seek refuge in Allah from Satan the curse, or I say, a Muslim. I say, we're Muslim. I say a Muslim always seek refuge in Allah from Satan, and we never show the harm that we feel we may suffer to others. You don't, if a person is aggressive towards you, you never match their aggression. You always seek refuge with Allah and show them you're calm, always be calm. And it's a survival technique. Our children are Muslims in a world that doesn't understand our faith, and that's just a fact of life. And, they often judge us by the world as opposed to by the tenets of our faith. But we have to prove to the world that Islam is a balanced religion. It's not a religion of bigots and of chauvinistic males that want to oppress women, but that's how they see us. And so, because they judge us unfairly sometimes. And so it's our job to teach our children. That's what I feel. And if we can keep our children in a peaceful, calm spirit and conscious of God and having faith and eating healthy, hey, the future is great. No matter how unhealthy I am. Alhamdulillah.
That is right. And the more that's done early on when the children will be less need for medicine later in life. Okay, there will be less of the comorbidities and less of the medicine and the other interventions that are needed. So it's so important that we get things back in that kind of perspective, because we're not anxious to push medicine, but there's a time when it's needed, and it's important to know when it's needed. But when you can start out early, as you were saying, and orient the children properly, and they won't have the pressure of having to reorient like we do at this time. So it will make a difference in their lives, inshallah.
Yeah, Allahu Akbar. Yeah, and we got to teach them, don't put sugar on stuff.
That's right, because it's addicted and they put it in everything.
Yeah, even on the fruit.
Fruit
don't need sugar.
And salt.
Right.
That's salt. Now that we got that bad. Children, I don't know. A lot of children don't, but those French fries, they eat enough French fries, they start to like salt. Yeah.
Okay, we had a next question, the iPhone 718. Go ahead with your question.
Man, that must be me. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, Hajalala.
Walaikum assalam.
I am pre-hypertension, my doctor just told me, I guess maybe 3 weeks ago, and she suggested that I use a monitor. So I had the first monitor, and I couldn't understand it. And so it gave me different readings. And so then I went back to the store and I returned that one. And that was the one with the first one she showed with the arm pad and the stethoscope and stuff like that. So I returned that one. And then I bought the one that's digital. So I was wondering, and I didn't take it at the same time. So is that important to take it at the same time? Because I get different readings each time.
Good. Very good. Dr. Ramadan?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Again, Sister, that's an excellent question. Excellent question. And on those videos, when you have time to review them again, they will tell you, you need to have a regimen. Do take it at the same time each day. Do try to use the same limb. I'm partial to my left side. You may be partial to your right side. Do not consume coffee or tea or caffeine before you take your blood pressure. Do not run in from an appointment to sit down and take your blood pressure. Sit with your feet flat on the floor, your back up against the surface, and relax. Take your blood pressure. And as I said, more, once, yes, and then relax. Let time elapse. Take it again. Try to keep a calmness about you, and write those numbers down. I have actually a spreadsheet. Write your numbers down over time. I did it this morning, and we mentioned that. Let's see, the top number being 130 to 80. That's a hallmark. Okay, I did okay with just a little bit with that bottom number, 86. But alhamdulillah, I know where I am with it. And I know basically what I need to probably cut back on, salt-wise or whatever today. But alhamdulillah, also reach out to your doctor, or you have an advice nurse you can call, it may work better on a weekday, but if it's not an emergency, but call tomorrow, and see basically what's best for you. Maybe you all can work together with that. What device works best for you?
And
Okay.
the other thing, don't be surprised if they're not exactly the same number each time you take it. Okay, because that surprises some people. Well, I got this number the first time and I got this number the second time. Well, you take it one more time, and whichever numbers are the two that are closest together, most likely where it's at. So don't be surprised. These systems are not exact. We're not exact, and the machine is not exact. So if it gets close, that's very likely where it's at. And so don't be surprised. You won't get exactly the same number.
Okay, thank you. I'm not surprised because oftentimes I would take my pressure at home and then I would go to the pharmacy and use their machine and I would get different numbers. So I just be wondering, okay, which one is correct? So then I always like to do 3. The Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he like odd numbers. So I would always end up doing 3. But I do take it in the morning once, and then I take it in the evening once, and I do it just what she said, flat feet, sit up straight, arm out, and I use my left arm always. And I get different numbers. So maybe my doctor will be satisfied because she's talking about she may have to put me on medication if I don't get it under control, but I'm working on it, and Allah's in charge. And I pray Allah spare me, because I sure don't need that. But I'm doing like 3 laps now on my farm.
I like that relationship that you have with your doctor. Okay, that you are motivated to do the checking, and the doctor's saying, if with everything that you're doing, if it's still not under control, then we're going to resort to medicine. That's the way. Good. Gives you a chance to do it. You are very motivated, and he's there as the safety net. Okay.
Yes.
Because, she doesn't want the damage to continue in you, if it's not under control. So that's good. And I assume that it would follow that if your blood pressure came down and, and there was no longer a need for the medicine, that she would withdraw the medicine. And that would be excellent too.
Yes, sir, but I'm not on medication right now. She just
right. If that would occur.
Okay, got
you.
you.
Won't need it.
Oh yeah, I'm praying to Allah all the time. Allah take care of it. Y'all so much. Woo! Thank you.
We also have a colleague, Sister Muhammad's on if she has anything to add to what the sister said.
Assalamu alaikum. I don't have anything to add to what she said, but the last call I would just add that thickering is good. Okay. To help release stress. My daughter-in-law sent me a video of my grandchild thickering. That relieved me. Alhamdulillah.
I could feel that. I could feel you, sister, with that 100%. I'm gonna ask my kids to thicker sometime. I might not pick the beads up, but if you come in the room and sit down next to me, my blood pressure probably will lower a few counts.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, thicker. Allahu Akbar. Yeah, that'll work without a doubt. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I do have another question. Does walking help?
We did have one more hand, so I'll leave it up to Dr. Ramadan, the health consortium, how they handle it. But it was an iPhone did raise their hand.
We can take it.
That was me. Does walking work?
It's a different.
Yes, it does.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, she said she did 8,000 steps today, Sister Sharon. Excellent.
Alhamdulillah.
Sounds like you're walking.
Yes, I am. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Whenever you see somebody looking healthy, like some of the believers you see on this program, I guarantee you they walking, running something. Because the life we live, our jobs, our work, our families, it's a sentence that we don't like to be under. But if you can get a regular exercise regimen in, get that heart rate up, keep it up, you know, it tends to stay up. And instead of sitting on the couch, you might find yourself picking up a broom, you know, making dinner or something, or going for a walk, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I find. When energy, that exercise gives me energy. So whenever I work out, I keep my energy and I say, you know, why sit down now? I have an apple and go back to work, you know.
I try to walk a mile or two a day, and in the season I swim a mile.
Okay. Now I'm jealous, man. You should have told me that. Yeah, I know about your pool. I'm gonna show up one day with a towel.
All right.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
All right, we had iPhone, the other iPhone. With your hand
Yes,
up.
sir. I just wanted to add that it might be helpful when you're going to the doctor to get your blood pressure taken. You all mentioned some Dickers. You could do that. You could think of yourself being in a pleasant place or something pleasant that calms you down, because you can test and see for yourself that there's a difference. If you get excited because you think your blood pressure is not going to be right, if you just calm down and get it taken, you'll see what the difference is. A lot of times I think of myself by the ocean and in the sun shining on water and or a big bowl of grapes and make a dua to Allah, and my blood pressure is always lower than, you know, if I go in excited and think that it's going to be high and I'm gonna be in trouble. So it's always good to calm down when you get that blood pressure, you know, get it ready to get it taken. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Very true.
All right, that was
I haven't found me a happy place. I'm gonna think about that. A happy place. But burning my enemies. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm really not. Okay.
I'm joking.
If there's anyone on the YouTube side with the YouTube audience with a question, this is the time to enter it in the chat. As of right now, Dr. Ramadan, we don't see any more hands up. So we'll turn it back over to you, and you can close us out with your closing remarks.
Alhamdulillah, we just are grateful to Allah for this information. It's just inspiring. It's spiritually inspiring when we do the study and see his great design of this human being. And we want to see the best for our community and the best for humanity, and to know that you know, it's the discipline that's so important. It's the discipline in the eating, it's the discipline in the exercising, it's the discipline of the spiritual discipline. All of these things, they work for the good of the entire human being, mentally, spiritually, and physically. So we just want to encourage all of us to keep on that track. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Thank you all in the Muslim Health Consortium. And Sister Sharon, I see you put in the chat, you put I think it was Dr. Bright's presentation in the chat. Will your presentation be available in the chat as well, or just Dr. Bright's?
I can add it as a file. Yes, sir.
Okay, so no, I'm asking. I'm not. You don't have to. I'm just asking. I see the one in here. So whatever audience believers in the chat, Dr. Bright, her presentation basically about nutrition, about the DASH diet, and the other information in her presentation is in the chat. You should be able to click on that chat. It's a file, looks like a PDF that you'll be able to click on, and you'll be able to view and download, inshallah. It's a lot of good information there. You can kind of just refresh over it, and as well as some of the things that the Muslim Health Consortium presented.
I have a concern that I want to add as maybe a future request, that if we could answer some questions about allergies that people develop because I remember before my father passed, I didn't get a chance to ask him, and I could hear the pain in his voice when he said he developed an allergy to fish where it irritated his gums. And I went to the doctor one time and I had pain in my or something was in my mouth, my face. I didn't know if it was, I didn't know it was all connected. And then I felt something similar again several months, maybe a year later, where I felt something irritating in the roof of my mouth and inside, and I could slightly fear it. All of that is connected: the eye, the ear, the nose, the throat, and all of that. Do you think that could be maybe something that you eat? That, because I was like, I even went back and ate what I ate to see which thing caused it, and it could be a combination. It could be a tooth, or it could be hot and cold, or it could have been acid. The stuff I was eating, it could have been fish. I don't know, because I was eating all kind of stuff that day. Mm-hmm.
Well, allergies can be, there's irritation and inflammation and allergies, which are sort of different. Allergies can be contact allergies or local allergy, okay? And that you come into some substance that irritates you, poison ivy, things like that, that you can, that you respond to, or they can, systemic allergies, like you take in the medicine or you take in something, fish, peanuts, or something that you are really allergic to. And there are stages or degrees of your allergic response, all the way from, mild stomach upset and vomiting and all the way up to anaphylaxis, which is system collapse. I mean, your blood pressure falls, you start wheezing, break out in hives and all. So allergies can, and we find throughout life that, different things you might be allergic to, fruits, vegetables, peanuts, whatever. But we always on the alert for allergies, and sometimes we can become allergic to things, and sometimes we have that we didn't know allergic to some medicines, penicillin being one of the outstanding.
Okay. Yeah, he was allergic to penicillin also.
Yeah.
But me, I'm gonna have to speak with my physician just to see, because what seemed to work is if I go and brush my teeth really, really well, and then it gets better, or maybe the pain, how pain comes and passes. I don't know.
Okay.
But I was thinking something I ate or drank or something. Could have been acid or something. I don't know.
Or an irritated area there, gingivitis.
It could be a scratch. Maybe I was eating something rough and put a scratch. I think that's what it was, because I was eating these hard tortillas, and then next thing you know, my mouth was like in pain.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you can eat a food that irritated an injury there. So
maybe. Okay. Yeah. And so,
okay.
I don't want to get a root canal just because I have an irritation, because I'm scared of that dentist. Yeah.
You don't want that to happen.
I don't want that to happen. And you go in there and sit in that chair, usually you don't get out that easy. Yeah.
All right.
Dr.
Thank you.
Ramadan, thank you, the Muslim Health Consortium. Now, that was part 10. Was that part 10, Dr. Ramadan?
That was 10, yes.
Oh, wow.
Allahu Akbar.
Man,
Congratulations. Yes, sir.
It seemed like it went by so fast.
It did. It did.
10-part series. Excellent. We appreciate the hard work and this service that you provide to us every first Sunday, you and the Muslim Health Consortium. So what can we expect next? Not to put any pressure on you, but that was very good information.
Alhamdulillah. Well, we are doing a long range planning for the book, How to Eat to Live, alhamdulillah, and which will pull together a lot of the information that we've brought forward now, in addition to some more research that we need to do, and contacting some other key people throughout the country to become involved with this project. So that's our sort of our long-term vision. And in the meantime, we do want to show that the impact of nutrition, it's not all medicine. So we want to expand the outlook of when we think of health and wellness, about all of these different modalities that impact our health, a lot of which she spoke on today. So we're looking into it, and we're going to have a program, inshallah, soon that you'll find helpful and useful. So we
Excellent.
Excellent. Allahu Akbar.
Thank you, Dr. Ramadan again.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear more about that, how to eat to live, because we had an old way of eating, you know, we didn't eat a lot of meat and things, you know, so that's something I think that's urgent, that we need that, you know, so we're gonna make dua for that effort, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we're gonna proceed. We do have a special announcement today. We'll get to that a little later, inshallah. But we want to proceed to the next portion of our program. We still have coming up next, we have Imam Elam Muhammad with the Quranic Arabic discussion, and then he'll be followed by Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar with the business and technology portion of the program. And then we'll have our president, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, make comments, and then that will lead into our featured guest speaker, Brother Imam Salim Manan. So stay tuned. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to our good brother, Imam Elam Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Thank you, Brother Imam Muhammad and Imam Adil. The Quranic Arabic class today, we're going to focus on what is called the Adafa structure. I have a like a synopsis or a brief overview of what you look for when you're reading a verse of the Quran. And that overview basically says look for verbal sentences, look for nonverbal sentences, that is, the verb is understood, but you don't actually see a physical verb. You look for idafa structures. You look for prepositional phrases, and you look for adjectives. And that's a good nutshell of what you would look for in a verse of the Quran. Not all of them are there, you know, maybe one or two. Depends on how big the verse. Maybe all of them are there in that verse. And so today will be Adafa structure and simple sentences using the Quran. And let me do this. Let me bring up the whiteboard. And as we know, we keep repeating that Arabic is made of three main things. That's nouns, adjectives. No, that's not it. Noun, verbs, and particle. Ismun, fi'lun, harfun. Nouns are defined as a person, place, or thing, like in English, but also adverbs, adjectives, and pronouns. The verbs are action items, verbs. And and then the next is particles. Particles like a catch-all, but a good majority of the particles are prepositions. And so when you are learning Arabic, the first thing that you have to do is learn the vowel sounds. Then next you have to learn the letters of the alphabet. And then you learn how the letters of the alphabet are connected into words. So now you have to deal with words. And as we know, Imam Muhammad said that words make people, and people are product of words. So you have to learn the words that's in the Quran. And so, and then when you put the letters together to make words, then you should be taught the Arabic grammar. And so that's what we're doing right now. We're teaching the Arabic grammar. So the what we're going to deal with, it sounds complicated, but it's just an Arabic name for a structure. And it's called Al E. Okay. Al Idafa, Al Idafa 2. And it's not tun. Take that out. Idafa 2. That's definite. The word is definite. You take an indefinite, and it is a noun. We know it's a noun because it starts out with al. Al Idafa 2. The last letter has a dhamma. If it was indefinite, it would be actually like this. I'm spending too much time putting the word on the board, but that's okay. As long as we are able to get through the class. So nouns are definite and indefinite, and this is a definite noun, al-idafa 2. Al makes it definite, and that's one of the first words you're going to learn. Al means the, and the last letter has a dhamma. If it did not have the alif lam, then it would be indefinite, and then the last letter would have a double dhamma. No alif lam, last letter has it. Okay, idafa structure. The classic idafa structure is that you take two definite nouns, and then you take those nouns and make them into an idafa structure. And the most common ones are the chapters of the Quran. They are idafa structure and simple sentences. So the first chapter, you start out, take the noun. Okay, going to take two definite nouns. And this is as-surati, two, as-suratu. Left the R out. Go back. I'm talking faster than I'm writing. So there's one definite noun, and the other one is al, fa, ti, hat, two. So those are two nouns we're going to take first. Now, to make this into a idafa structure, and idafa structure this means possession, and of is understood. The preposition of is understood, but you don't see it. So the first way to make these two words into a idafa structure is take off the alif lam, and then the next word, it stays pretty much the same. And I can be corrected, and since I'm doing this all from memory. I got some props. Okay, so this is what you see. When you read the first chapter of the Quran, it says Surah 2, that's a scene with a Dhamma. Wow makes it a long U sound. Su, then Ra with a Fatha. Then the Tab Mabuta, that's the false T as it's called. And we know that this word is feminine because of the Tab Mabuta. So Surah 2, then you have Alif Lam, then Alif Lam, Al, then Fa, then Aleph, Ta, Ha, and I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but I'd put the Ta Mabuta there. So Al, Fa, T, Ha, T. So what happened, it went from Surah 2 to Al-Fatiha to Surah 2, Al-Fatihati, and the rule of Tajweed is you go past the Aleph and go right to the Lam. Surah 2 Al-Fatihati. And it translates, Surah 2 means chapter, and Al-Fatihati means the opening. And the three-letter root of Al-Fatiha is Fatah. That's the verb, Fatah. And so Surah 2 Fatihati, so I can take this all off. That means the chapter, the way it reads, chapter, Fatiha. And you know it's a Dolphin structure with the example I gave is that it's translated as chapter of Al-Fatiha. So what it is, Surah 2, Al-Fatihati, I'll pull it back up again, Fatihati. T. Surah 2 Fatihati, it means the chapter. Surah 2 means chapter. Al-Fatiha, the opening, and of is understood. In this case, of is understood affects the word that comes after it. Surah 2, the last letter gets a kasra, and of is a preposition. And so if it's affect a definite noun, the last letter gets a kasra, or preposition. If it affects an indefinite word, you get a double kasra. So that's a high read. Surah of Al-Fatiha. How do we mean possession? Al-Fatiha's chapter. Al-Fatiha's chapter. And I said I was going to mention about a simple sentence. So this is out of the 5 things I mentioned, I believe, we're dealing with 2. Simple sentence is that when you look up the chapters, they're either going to be Makkiyatun or Madaniyatun. So here's how you would read it. Suratul Fatihati Makkiyatun. So what you see is the chapter, Al-Fatiha, Meccan. So to translate it as a simple sentence, you have to say the chapter of Al-Fatiha. So that's your Adolpha structure. And then is understood. Like I am, you are, he or she is. So the chapter Al-Fatiha is Meccan. And the word Makkiyatun is an adjective. So the adjective completes the thought, Makkiyatun. So Suratul Fatihati Makkiyatun. And Makkiyatun is meme. The kaf has a shadda. Shadda means that you have to see two letters. There's two of the same letters. So the shadda is over the kaf. So the first letter gets a sukoon, mek. The next K or a kaf gets the vowel sound, meki, meki. Then yeah has a shadda. So one yeah has a sukoon, meki. Then the next yeah has a fatha, meki yeah. Then the last letter, double dhamma, Makkiyatun. Makkiyatun. Suratul Fatihati Makkiyatun. The chapter of Al-Fatiha is Meccan. So we have the office structure, Suratul Fatihati. We have a indefinite adjective. An adjective looks just like nouns. And Meccan and is understood. The chapter of Al-Fatiha is Meccan. So now all I'm doing is just repeating in another way of what I just talked about. The next is a chapter in the Quran. It's called, and you can find this example in many places, but I just chose this. And it's just one ayat. And it's the chapter Enamel. I think that's 17. Let me look. 17. Nope. No. Read it yet. I really don't have to look it up, but I want to give you the number. It's chapter 27, Enamel. Namla. Suratul Namla. And that's the chapter, the ant. And so the way it starts out, the first verse starts out with the mystic letters. Let me do it right. The mystic letter, Ta, Sin. And it has a little meta, means to make it a longer sound. So you have the letter Ta, then Sin. So it's Ta, Sin, or Ta, Sin. All right. So that's just started out with. And the mystic letters, the Imam Muhammad did not go into the mystic letters that much. So basically, we accept it from God. You got people that study the mystic letters. It depends on what school of thought, and they really go into it. But Ta, Sin, there's just two letters that Allah starts this verse of the Quran. The next you have and this is where it comes in to knowing vocabulary. And all of us suffer through the lack of vocabulary, some a little more words in it than others. Okay, these will be two dots over the ta. So you got tilka. That's a ta with a faha. Lam with a sukoon. And that's, let me correct that, tilka. That's a ta with a kasra. Tilka. like I said, I'm talking more quicker than I'm writing. Till the calf. Till, then the calf with the fatha. Till the calf. It means this or these. Okay. And so next you have the word and I'm glad I just took this verse. I was going to give the example because I got about 10 more minutes. The example of El Fatiha to point out some parts of the Adolpha structure, but especially in Nas. And Nas, you will see a lot of Adolpha structures in there. And Nas. Okay, so this is a noun, and what you have is a hamza. And the same rule of hamza is what is that of fatha. Whatever you put over it, that's the sound. So in this case, it's a sound. Then aleph is a long vowel. It's an a sound. It makes it a longer sound. A. Then the next is the yeah with the shadda. So that means there's nope. I looked away and came back. And I added something to it. Okay. I have the medda there. Then yeah, with a little small aleph and a medda. So it's telling you to make it a long sound. Yeah. Then two. Yeah, two. Tilka. Yeah, two. Tilka. Yeah, two. Tilka. Yeah, two. Okay. The word ayatu, it's a definite noun. So it would be like this with the aleph lam. I'll put the hamza there. Nope. Not there. All right, like this. Okay. With the medda, makes it a longer yeah, two. Yeah, two. And if it was indefinite, it would be yeah, tun. The aleph lam is removed. In this case, the aleph lam is removed, but in the last letter has a dhamma, then the word that follows, and I'm right on time, so I did choose the perfect verse to work with. And so the next word is al-Qur'ani. If it wasn't affected by a yatu, it will be el-Qur'anu. And indefinite, it would be Qur'an-nun. Qur'an-nun. But it is affected by the word that came before, ayatun, ayatu, ayatu. So this is your Adolphic structure. Ayatul Qur'ani. That means signs of the Quran. So not only do we have the Adolphic structure, Ayatul Qur'ani, that means the signs of the Quran or the Quran signs, but tilka before. So with these three words, you have tilka, these, signs, the Quran. So to translate it, you have to These are is understood. The signs of is understood of the Quran. So here we have a simple sentence, and a simple sentence, again, we do not see a physical verb. Arabic is not that complicated. Like I said, you have a simple sentence was that you do not see a physical verb there, but the verb that is understood is the verb to be. I am, you are, he or she is. So you don't see a physical verb. The verbal sentence, you need a verb that you actually see. Then that's within that sentence. Adolphic structure is, as we're giving you the example of the Adolphic structure of possession. And then prepositional phrase is simple. You need a preposition and an object of the preposition, or a noun or a pronoun that follows that preposition. And then, of course, an adjective. The rule of adjective, it looks just like a noun. It's a mirror image of a noun. And it describes the noun. That's what adjectives do, describes the noun. And the good example of nouns that are used as adjectives are the attributes of Allah. You know, Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, Al-Malik, Al-Qudus, Al-Salam. And so, those words are used as nouns, and they're also used as adjectives. Okay, and so it says Tahsin, Tilka Ayatul Qur'ani. Tahsin, Tilka Ayatul Qur'ani. Then next is an extension of the Adolphic structure. So you have where as added to it. Where means and. Then you have the word but it's indefinite. Kitabin means a book. A book. Tilka ayatul Qur'ani wal kitabin, and a book. These are the signs of the Quran and a book. And what kind of book it is? Mubinin. And so al-kitabin, if it was not affected by the that's understood from the Adolphic structure, tilka ayatul Quran, these are the signs of the Quran, is affected by that of, and a book. Al-kitabu is definite. Al-kitabu, if you take off the alif lam, then it would, indefinite noun will be kitabun. It means the book, a book. And if it's if that word is affected by a preposition, which is of, that is understood, instead of kitabun, it's kitabin. You get the double fatha. Then the last word, mubina, is from bana, and we know it from bayina, means clear. So this is a mubinin is an adjective. An adjective looks like a noun, but it comes after the noun. So really you're saying a book clear. But if you're going to translate in English, a clear book. The adjective comes after the noun. And so it's translated tilka ayatul Qur'ani wa kitabin. Actually, that's a rule of tashweed, but I don't have time to go in it right here. I'm not teaching tashweed in particular. Tilka ayatul Qur'ani wa kitabim mubinin. And so we have a simple sentence, an Adolpha structure that's part of the simple sentence. And then you have an adjective that's modifying the word book. These are the signs of the Quran and a book and a clear book. Sadaqallahu Azim, Allah has spoken the truth. And this again is chapter 27, the verse 1. And so I taught the simple sentence, the Adolpha structure, and I taught the adjective, use of adjective. With that, I give everybody the greetings. Assalamu alaikum. The class is done. And if I had any mistakes, I can be corrected. So. I'm done, Imam Adil.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Imam Elam. So at this time, we're going to proceed to the next portion of our program, which is going to be the business and technology presentation presented by our brother Abdul Rashid Akbar.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I bear witness only there is no God but the one God, Allah. And I bear witness only that Muhammad is his messenger and the seal of the prophets. I greet all the believers of the Lifeline. Got Lifeline on my head. On the first Sunday program. With the greetings of peace, Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me all right, Brother Adil?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, good. First, I want to thank the Mosque Cares, Minister of Imam Waziri Muhammad and Imam Waziri Muhammad II for allowing me to present each first Sunday. But I need to announce now that unfortunately I won't be able to be here next first Sunday. I'll be traveling. As most of you may not know, I'm working here in Phoenix, Arizona, in the Arizona area, but I'll be hitting the highway the last day of this month, and I won't make it back to Chicago until I think the 4th of April. So I'll be traveling on that first Sunday, the 2nd of April. But inshallah, I look forward to being with you the first Sunday in May, if Allah blesses me. All right. All right, so my presentation, as you all know, business and technology. Today, I'll be talking tech, and it's going to be all about crypto. All about crypto. Now, some of you may not know what that means, what that term refers to, but if you've been listening to news or on the radio, if you've been watching TV, it's almost impossible not to know what cryptocurrency or some of the most famous common cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and some other ones. There are some others. So, but that's what the presentation will be about today. There's some may not know, so let me give you the definition. Cryptocurrency, and this comes from Wikipedia, which is pretty good. Cryptocurrency, this is the definition. A cryptocurrency or crypto is a digital currency. Now remember that term, digital currency, designed to work as a medium of exchange through a computer network. Remember that now. A medium of exchange through a computer network that is not reliant on any central authority, such as a government or a bank, to uphold or maintain it. I'll stop right there. There's a lot more, and for those who want to learn more about cryptocurrencies, and if you're not as familiar as you'd like to be, Wikipedia is a good source, and there are others out there. Just use a search engine, put in cryptocurrencies, and and you can educate yourself on them. All right. I'm going to play the two audio reports, and then when we get ready to start discussing them, then I'll come back to this term, the two terms I told you to remember now. Digital currency and a computer network. So keep that in mind. All right, so let me go to my, let me share my screen. Well, let me first, okay, let me first bring up, go to my, yeah, this ready. Okay, so brother Adil, I gotta have the ability to share. Brother Adil?
Go ahead, Brother Akbar.
Okay, I gotta have the ability to share my screen. It's saying it's
You do have
disabled.
it. You should
I
have
do?
it. Yes, sir.
But it's saying host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh, okay. They don't want you to speak.
They didn't want me to share my screen.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
That's because you're running away from this cold weather. You out there.
All right. Hey, what can I say? Not just running away from the cold weather, coming down to make some money in the warmer weather.
Good reason.
Here you go.
All right.
The buds ain't bursting on the trees yet, are they? Or everything's
Oh yeah. I mean, you know.
Oh, it
But
is?
this is the desert.
Okay, I got you.
This is the desert, man.
Oh, it's winter. In winter, you have it's like our fall or spring. What?
That's correct. That's right.
Yeah.
And they've had plenty of rain and cool days, but this week so far has been in the 70s, which has been a blessing.
Alhamdulillah.
It's on you whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay. Now let's share the sound. All right, let's do it. As they say, let's do this. All right.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna play two audio, and these come from, as you can see on the screen, Marketplace, and that this is a good source of information here, Marketplace. I listen to it daily, so I encourage you, all of you, if you're interested, check out Marketplace. They got several different types. They got Marketplace, Morning Report, Marketplace, and then they also, of course, have Marketplace Tech. This comes from Marketplace Tech.
Because the thing don't register the temperature outside.
So brother Adil, your brother Wallace, his mic is still open.
Oh, okay.
All right, so here we go, and apologize for the as they call the ad, but it'll go right past pretty fast.
This Marketplace podcast is supported by Indeed. Indeed knows that when you're doing everything for your company, you can't afford to overspend on hiring. Visit Indeed.com/marketplacetech to start hiring now. Terms and conditions apply. Cost per application pricing not available for everyone. Need to hire? You need Indeed.
Has the crypto industry hit bottom yet? Or is there further to fall in 2023? From American Public Media, this is Marketplace Tech. I'm Megan McCarty-Carino. "2022 was not a great year for crypto. It started with a bang as crypto ads went mainstream in the Super Bowl.
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
And the year ended with an implosion. Crypto hacks piled on scandals and sliding valuations. One company fell and then another, culminating with the spectacular collapse of FTX and its founder now under investigation for fraud. So will this crypto winter start to thaw in 2023 or head into deep freeze? Here to play Groundhog Day with us is crypto journalist Laura Shin. She's the host of the Unchained podcast. I asked her what she thinks is in store for the industry this year.
There's probably going to be a big battle over how to regulate the space. There's already been a sort of turf war between some different agencies for a few years. And I think we're probably going to see that heat up a little bit. I also think that there's a perception amongst the community that certain types of legislation do not fully understand how the technology works. And so they will definitely fight tooth and nail over that. We actually saw that happen about a year and a half ago with the infrastructure bill in August 2021, where there was a crypto provision that they felt it didn't make sense basically for how the technology works. And the top lobbyist told me later, she said, the crypto community flooded Congress with 40,000 calls in just a few days. And other lobbyists were calling her to ask her how they had gotten the community so engaged. And she was like, oh, I didn't have to do very much. It's just they're paying attention. They're very passionate about this. Like I said, I expect something quite similar would happen because this FTX fraud case obviously has been so extensive and so massive. For sure, regulators are going to take notice.
To what extent do you expect, less money or interest in investing in crypto, whether because of all these recent scandals or potentially a broader slowdown in the economy?
We will definitely see decreased interest. I don't know if it will be any more decreased than we've already seen this year. If you look back over the history of crypto, essentially, some people say that the markets of crypto sort of breathe. And what they mean by that is that there will be periods of kind of quiet activity, at least in terms of the markets. And then suddenly you'll see a sort of bull market that potentially often leads to a mania or a bubble. And in general, because of the larger macro environment, like with high interest rates, the cost of money, of borrowing money is high. People aren't willing to put their money into risky assets. And so because of all the bankruptcies this year and the general bad public perception of crypto at the moment, that I would expect that the crypto markets would not revive too much.
So it sounds like for the general public, this kind of bear market is going to represent a lot of risk and probably, not be too enticing. But what about when we're talking about, the true believers, the ones who are really committed to this idea of decentralized finance?
Yeah, well, it's exactly the true believers who view this as the perfect buying opportunity. A lot of times you'll hear crypto people say things like that the bear markets are actually more fun for them. And these are definitely those real builders, entrepreneurs who truly believe in the technology, are the kind of in it for more than just a get rich quick scheme. And it's during the bubbles that they're kind of like less happy because that's when they feel that a lot of scammers enter the space. A lot of people who do just want to get rich quick, who don't understand the technology, don't really care for it on a deep level. And so basically, a lot of kind of my truer, realer sources who, help explain the technology to me, they're actually quite happy right now that things are much calmer than they were a year ago.
And crypto isn't just about finance. There's also all this technological innovation behind it, the blockchain. Were there any interesting developments, behind these systems that you think might move forward this coming year?
Well, what I would say is that because of the FTX case, there's a renewed interest in solutions that help people manage their own private keys. When you own coins, you hold them in this quote unquote address. Now, the address has what's known as a public address, which is a random string of number and letters that you can send to other people, and they can use that to send money to you. So it's sort of like your mailbox, right? Then your private keys are what allows you to send money out of that wallet or a location. When you hold crypto on an exchange, you are giving your private keys basically to the exchange, or they're managing those private keys for you. They're managing your ability to send your coins. Now, obviously, in the case of FTX, allegedly there was massive fraud there, and they were using the customer funds in a way that the customers did not authorize. This is why you'll hear a lot of people in crypto say things like, not your keys, not your coins. And what that means is if you're not managing your own private keys, then you could very well lose that money if you're trusting somebody else to do it and they don't do it well. The risk now of managing your own private keys has traditionally been that a lot of these people will lose their private keys. It's a tricky situation to try to store them in a secure way where other people cannot then also steal your private keys and therefore your coins. But there's newer solutions that have gotten a lot of interest where you can manage your own private keys, but not have too much of a risk of losing them. And they use things like biometric solutions and other things like that. You can kind of manage them in a way that's a bit more user friendly. So that's one area that I think people will be focusing on.
Where do you think we are in the kind of trajectory of the fall of this industry? Is this kind of, are we at the beginning? Are we at the middle? Are we at the end? Have things hit bottom? Is this kind of the cleansing fire and things will kind of start to rebuild from here? Where are we?
Yeah, well, I don't think that the industry will fall completely. In fact, when I started covering all this stuff in 2015, it was so much smaller then. And now it's so big that it's basically impossible for me to keep up, even as a journalist. But what I will say is that, Bitcoin was birthed out of the great financial crisis. The white paper for Bitcoin was published in the midst of that. And all the big bankruptcies this year have been of these centralized entities. I've been hearing from a lot of people that they're going to double down on decentralization, that they're not going to trust any more intermediaries. And they find it very ironic that the community basically, was first born to be an antidote to the great financial crisis. And then years later, essentially created its own because it went back to the centralized model. So I think the community at this point is going to definitely veer further away from centralized entities and more into decentralization.
Laura Shin, author of the book, The Cryptopians, Idealism, Greed, Lies, and the Making of the First Big Cryptocurrency Craze. And now for some related links. Laura Shin mentioned the importance of private and public keys for people holding cryptocurrencies. We'll link to a recent article from CoinDesk explaining those. You could say a public key is sort of like a mailbox, and a private key is like a password that unlocks your crypto wallet. As Laura explained, forgetting how to unlock your private key or losing it entirely is really bad. It means you lose access to your cryptocurrency. And yes, you can absolutely lose this. Laura told me the story of James Howells, a computer engineer from the UK, who accidentally threw out an old hard drive in 2013 that contained keys to a wallet with more than $100 million worth of Bitcoin. According to reporting in The Guardian, he's been trying to get permission from his town in Wales to search the dump. Officials have denied his request so far, so he's come up with a proposal to use a combination of human pickers, robot dogs, and a machine with a mechanical arm that uses AI trained to seek out hard drives. The robot dogs are to provide security, obviously. Howells told Business Insider he's got a team of experts and venture capital backing. The scheme could take up to 3 years and cost as much as $11 million. From the guy who literally already threw away more than $100 million. Daniel Shin produced this episode. I'm Megan McCarty-Carino, and that's Marketplace Tech.
Okay, now that's the first one. All right, I must play this next video or audio file. Very important, still on crypto. So let's go ahead and get started on this one.
I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, where research on the EGFR mutation is leading to exciting new developments in lung cancer therapy. Learn more about this momentum at danafarber.org/stories.
Why Black investors in particular are feeling the chill of the crypto winter. From American Public Media, this is Marketplace Tech. I'm Megan McCarty-Carino. It's been a tough year for cryptocurrencies between the parade of scandals and the sinking valuations. And there's evidence Black investors may be getting hit especially hard. Marketplace host and senior correspondent Kimberly Adams has been looking into this. She said crypto markets have disproportionately drawn in Black investors in recent years. According to the 2022 Ariel Schwab Black Investor Survey, last year, a quarter of Black Americans owned crypto compared to 15% of white investors.
For Terry Bradford, she first started noticing the crypto ads when a lot of us did, during last year's Super Bowl, especially the one with LeBron James talking to his younger self.
Is the hype too much? Am I ready? I can't tell you everything, but if you want to make history, you gotta call your own shots.
And then Bradford, a payments specialist at the Kansas City Federal Reserve, noticed that a lot of the ads seemed very targeted to Black audiences.
You could see that, Spike Lee was promoting crypto, and you would hear about it in terms of athletes that began taking their salaries in crypto.
And Bradford saw the influence of those ads in surveys about just who was getting into crypto. According to the Ariel Schwab Black Investor Survey, for some respondents, cryptocurrencies were the first investment product they ever purchased.
So Black investors are basically twice as likely to say that crypto was their first investment, 11% compared to only 4% of white investors.
Ariel Patrick is with Ariel Investments. She says a lot of those Black investors, according to the survey, may not have known quite what they were getting into.
Almost half of our respondents, so more than 4 in 10, reported that they invested in something that they didn't actually fully understand. And Black investors are actually more than twice as likely to expect an extraordinary return.
Some of that boils down to differences in access to financial education. But Terry Bradford at the Kansas City Fed found additional reasons why Black investors were more likely to get into crypto.
The wealth gap was a major consideration in all of this, as was distrust of traditional financial services.
Because for much of American history, Black people have had limited access to institutions like banks and the stock market. Crypto was a way to get around that system.
And there was a cultural component that was becoming evident in terms of what we were seeing, how crypto was being marketed to Black consumers.
Bradford says messages that crypto was a good way to quickly build wealth were everywhere, in TV ads, on social media. Crypto promotions even showed up in music lyrics, like in this song by Takeoff and Rich the Kid, called, appropriately, Crypto.
Why did this fit up with crypto? Let's go. She want the info. She do. I want to talk about crypto.
Dan Runcie is the founder of Trapital, which covers the business of hip-hop. He says there's a reason these messages resonated in the Black community.
There's a broader exposure of who are the people that a lot of folks in our community look up to historically for years, and it's more likely to over-index on athletes and entertainers than it may be for white folks or people from other backgrounds.
And it wasn't just celebrities. It felt for a while like everyone knew somebody who was doing well in crypto.
Once I got convinced, I turned $2,500 into about $80,000 in less than a year.
Randy Payton is an automotive writer and marketing consultant who lives just outside of Washington, D.C. He says he got involved in crypto via tokens and metaverse projects. I met him at a December event billed as an informational session about blockchain, where we heard what turned out to be a multi-level marketing presentation.
We're moving from a paper world, which is fiat currency controlled by banks and governments, to a digital world. In the wealth transfer, they're going to be winners and they're going to be losers.
Held in a suburban library, the crowd of about 30 people was entirely Black, and many in the audience appeared ready to invest. Despite the crypto crash and the headlines and the scandals and the horror stories, some investors, like Randy Payton, still have faith in crypto and the technology behind it.
Blockchain gives us the opportunity to finance our own projects. Once this thing catches on, you don't have to worry about the banks, the middleman.
But crypto's success as an economic equalizer is still anything but certain.
Marketplace host and senior correspondent Kimberly Adams. And now for a related link. Kimberly noted the amount of crypto marketing specifically targeting Black consumers with ads featuring LeBron James and Spike Lee. Here on Marketplace Tech, we recently took a look back at some of the ads from the 2022 Super Bowl to see how the companies behind them are faring a year later and what that moment looks like now with the benefit of hindsight. We'll have a link to that story on our website, marketplacetech.org. Rosie Hughes produced this episode. I'm Megan McCarty-Carino, and that's Marketplace Tech.
Okay, so let me stop my share and let me respond to some of what you've heard, and then also I'll be glad to respond to any questions that you may have that I can try to answer for you. The general information about cryptocurrencies. For those of you who may not know, let me just say this. I ask you to note this. Number one, a cryptocurrency is not anything that you can hold in your hand. It is not a coin. It's not a paper bill. It's nothing like that. It's a digital asset that resides in a computer, somewhere on a computer or on a smart device. That's number one. Number two, someone has to, if you decide that you're gonna invest into a crypto and buy some coins, you're gonna have to buy them from someone. And then you're gonna have to keep them safe. Which means it got to be password protected or protected by they call it biometrics. For those of us who have smartphones, I use my thumb to open up my smartphone, or as we call Face ID. That's what they mean by biometrics. All right, they help you protect those particular coins. But remember now, there's nothing physical. It's all digital, as you can see by that last the presentation before this one, where the guy threw out an old hard drive, a computer hard drive, and didn't realize that he had $100 million worth of Bitcoin on that hard drive. All right. So something else I want to point out to you. This market is totally unregulated. No one regulates it. So if you lose something, if you make a bad investment, if someone takes your coins or something like that, there's nothing behind it. There's no one you can go to help you get your money back. And this has clearly come to light in this FTX debacle, where this guy misused some people's money. But it looks like the only way people are going to get anything back out of that is out of bankruptcy. And they may get a dime or a quarter on a dollar. But other than that, this is not regulated. So it's not like if you lose something in the bank, if someone hacks your account in the bank and the bank bags it up. With cryptocurrency, there's no backup. There's no protection. And the other thing I want to say is that these assets are extremely risky, very risky. So much to the point where for many Muslims, it's tantamount to gambling. All right, now if you want to take that risk with your resources, you can do that. But one of the things you should never do is buy something or invest in something that you don't understand and that you don't know. One of the most wisest and most prolific investors is Warren Buffett. And one of the things that he says in terms of his investments, that he never buys a company, because that's what you're doing when you're investing in stocks or whatever, that's what he invests in. He never buys a company that he doesn't understand, that he doesn't understand the product, he doesn't understand how the company is being run. If he doesn't have familiarity with that, he doesn't purchase any of that company's stock. he doesn't buy anything that he does not understand. And that's certainly good advice for all of us if you decide that you want to do any kind of investing. And the next thing is this, most important. If you go to a presentation about cryptocurrency, make sure that it's not a multi-level marketing presentation, that they're actually talking about the product and that you're actually going to be investing in the product, which is the cryptocurrency, and not you're going to be in somebody's group and you got to pay to be a part of that. All right, that's a multi-level marketing program. Nothing wrong with it. That's what Avon's and some other programs got their start and continue. But make sure that you understand that's what you're getting into. So I simply want to say to all of us, and all of you, the reason why when I heard these two presentations, I said, oh, I need to share this with my audience on First Sunday. Because we need to know this. We need to know it. Our families need to know it. Our friends need to know it. If you're thinking about cryptocurrency, don't get caught up in the hype. Don't get caught up because someone endorses it. All right, LeBron James, Spike Lee, I don't care who it is, because they endorse it, that's one thing. They got money. No one asked them have they invested and how much of their money have they invested. And if they have, they probably got money that they can afford to lose on the investment. But I know I don't, and I don't believe many of us, those who I'm talking to and who may see this presentation later, don't have money they can just throw away like that on risky investments. There are much better ways to invest and safeguard your investment. And if you're trying to avoid banks and brokerage companies, why would you try to do that? Yes, there are middle people, but if you approach it the right way, those middle people help you back up that investment and you have protections. So that's what I wanted to present today in my First Sunday program. I think I've hit all of the, one other point. Don't expect something that's unrealistic or extraordinary in a return on an investment. There are people who've been investing for years and they don't get 30, 40, or 50% return in their first year, 2 years, 3 years. The markets and anything else goes up and they go down. So that's the rule of investing. And you'll hear these commercials, many of them will say, investing involves risk and the risk of loss. Understand that when you invest. All right. Okay, so with that, brother Adil, that's my presentation for this first Sunday on cryptocurrencies.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Akbar. All right. So did you have time for a couple questions? Or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I certainly do.
All right. At this time, we'll allow for a couple more, maybe 2 questions, 2 or 3 questions, or however many Brother Akbar will take. And we have the YouTube audience. If you have any questions regarding Brother Akbar's presentation, this is the time to enter them into the chat, and then we'll ask them of Brother Akbar. And on the Zoom side, if you just open up your mic and raise your hand for any questions regarding the business and technology presentation by Brother Akbar.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
This is Najma.
Yes, Najma.
Excellent presentation, Brother Akbar. I think the main thing people have to realize is whenever you invest, don't invest any more than you feel comfortable risking, because investments, mutual funds, all of that stuff is not really protected. It's just like Bitcoin. My son invested me a couple of dollars in Bitcoin back in 2016, and it's doing very well. But I told him, don't do it for me, but no more than he can afford, which was $25, which is a piece of Bitcoin. And so it grow real well. So, but again, the main thing is don't invest in anything, no more than you can risk. Look at the people talking about risk. Look at people who have been 15, 20, 30 years on a job. Right. And a lot of them are being laid off. They thought they were safe and secure with that. And so the safest thing we can do is get into something of our own doing, of our own invention, of our own drive and desire, and really make that successful and allow all of us something. He said, to each is a goal to which he turns us. So we all have a special gift. Strive to develop that gift and make yourself secure with whatever your drive is toward making that successful. Inshallah. Thank you. Very, very excellent presentation, Brother Akbar.
Thank you, Sister Nara. Wa alaikum assalam. Excellent comments. Excellent comments.
Okay, I think Sister Aveda, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I had a comment.
Okay.
I too think that this was an excellent and much needed presentation. As many times, the very person who's investing in something like Bitcoin or some other risky or going into some type of a multi-level marketing scheme is someone who has not saved and invested throughout the years, and they're trying to play catch up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's who these schemes appeal to. And it makes me sad that, they think they can catch up, with something like this. So I am so glad that you brought this to us. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. I thank Allah for blessing me to see it.
Any other questions or comments for Brother Akbar?
Assalamu alaikum. This is Muhammad Sharif.
Wa alaikum assalam, Brother Muhammad. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. Doing good. Praise be to Allah.
Good.
Yeah, the excellent information you gave us concerning Bitcoin, because I've been listening to it for maybe 2 or 3 years now. On now Fahim Saweed have a program on every Monday evening, been on for a couple of years about Bitcoin. And I still didn't understand it, still don't understand it. But thank you for that presentation that you gave this evening. So what I would like to do is make sure that we get the understanding between investing in something like Bitcoin and multi-level marketing.
Yes.
It's just a big, big difference, because in multi-level marketing is not necessarily, it's not a big scheme. I'll just take a minute just to name some of these big companies that they're not schemes. They are easy way to understand to acquire wealth and your health and other things like this. I'll just name some back. GM Rome, Bob Proctor, Art Williams. These are companies that these people are managers. Robert Kiyosaki, Imam David Muhammad. Imam Muhammad had we were investing in multi-level marketing that was with Salam Nutrition.
Salam Nutrition, yeah.
Yeah. And the clothing. I think you would distribute the clothing, the suits also.
Yes.
And the watches. All these were multi-level marketing. They were not schemes. These are ways of legal ways of making money. Mary Kay, Prime America. I'm just naming some of them, that. Yeah, so just get the difference between multi-level marketing and other schemes.
Yeah, your point is well taken, Brother Muhammad Sharif. But as I told, and as I tell people, make certain you know what the product is or the service is. There's nothing wrong with getting involved with a team of people that you're going to push a particular product or service, and it can be multi-level marketing. But understand, with Mary Kay, the product is cosmetics. With Avon's, it was cosmetics, and with many of these companies, you can either do one or the other. But the key thing is you understand what it is. You understand that that the behind it and the base of it is a product or service. Now, if you don't know what that is, then you need to question it and become more familiar with it. And of course, with multi-level marketing, the way even Robert Kiyosaki liked it because he said it taught him how to sell. And but some products sell themselves. With the Salam Nutrition and some of the things, they sell themselves. And when I was selling suits, that's just unfortunate. I couldn't get no more suits because I could have sold as many suits as I could have gotten with Imam Muhammad's program. So, but I got into it because I knew I knew the product. I knew it was going to be suits or some other of the products. It could be some of the pharma, the supplements and some other things that they were available. So we only say know what it is that you're getting into. And with cryptocurrencies, you must be familiar with technology. It's digital. Everything is digital. All right. And you must educate yourself first before you go and invest your money. If you don't know what you're spending your money on, we wouldn't do that with anything. So why would you do it with any cryptocurrency?
I want to add one more thing to that, Brother Akbar. President Biden, you may know that he's working on something called Biden Bucks, which is a little digital coin that he's going to eventually want everyone in America to put their money on that, and they can control and determine whether we buy certain things or don't buy certain things, depending on who we support. This is in the making right now. They started it like 2 or 3 years ago before he even became president. It's called Biden Bucks. It's a little digital coin. They've shown pictures of it that they're going to try to force all of us to take a part in that program, which is going to cause a problem. So, but I did appreciate your presentation. Has been excellent. And of course, multi-level marketing, that name was given to that industry by those who are in big business who want to discourage us from developing a business on our own. Because it's just, when you're talking about multi-level, you're still talking about other companies. They have the small people at the top and the larger portion of people at the bottom. So that's alone to discourage people from getting into their own business. But inshallah, still, like you said, know that there is a product, know that there is a service, and don't get into these little money games where you're passing money around. That's where the problem comes in. So thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Akbar. That's Brother Anthony.
Walaikum assalam, Brother Anthony. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I think it's already been said, you got to have a product or a service to be in business. This here, not hand out on anything, you don't hold anything, and it just bothers me. It goes against any logic of that fairy tale that's out there. So, and some people win. That like you say, a lot tells us there's some going to benefit, but most going to lose.
Yes, yes.
But you got to have a product. You got to have a service. Yeah,
yes,
that's the bottom line. So anyway, and sisters talk. Everybody said it right, and you excellent presentation. Like
Thank you.
You're always top notch. You know, if you took money for it, you'd be a millionaire. Multi-millionaire. You may already be a millionaire, but you'd be a multi-millionaire.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Well, I thank Allah. I thank Allah for guiding me to this, and I thank Allah for this forum for the first Sunday, so we can present it. And there's going to be a lot of people who will be able to see it who are not on now, but be able to see it later, who could benefit from it. And that's the blessing. That's the big blessing. So I thank Allah for allowing me to be just an instrument to bring this forward. All right, Brother Deal.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, for that presentation. At this time, we're going to move right along to our next portion of the program. And we're going to bring on our president, Imam W.B. Muhammad II, the leader and president of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.B. Muhammad.
Yes. Thank you, Brother Adel. Alhamdulillah. Excellent program, Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar. We always enjoy gaining knowledge from information that you've gathered for us for this business and technology class that you have, and done so well for so many years. Alhamdulillah. Next month we'll be in the month of Ramadan, and we hope to see you and not hear from you, but Ramadan blessings, and you'll be missed. And inshallah, maybe in your honor, we'll have a special Ramadan program at that time, and we'll get with the committee and plan something. Or
alhamdulillah.
Or if you suggest something, that's good also. But we'll be into the month of Ramadan, and hoping that Ramadan goes well. And on that note, I'd like to start out by greeting the audience with the greetings of peace, as we say, Assalamu alaikum, which means I wish the peace, or I invite you to become conscious of the peace that only God can give, and the peace that God has created into all things. And us being creatures that are human beings, that God, the crown of God's creation, the highest level of his created things that we are aware of. And we invite you with our greeting to accept the peace, or take responsibility for the peace that we see God has ordered in his creation for all of us. So that is our greeting, that we're not only bringing to your conscience the responsibility of keeping the peace, but we're also reminding ourselves that we're also responsible for the peace that God has ordered creation by saying Assalamu alaikum. I know most people didn't know that. They think it's just, peace to you, peace to you. It's more than that. It's always been a lot more than that we first acknowledge God and acknowledge that the peace that he created is the peace that we want to enjoy and continue to enjoy, and you also. We're coming from our Savior's Day program that we had last week, which was a success, and we enjoyed all the presenters, and we can't thank them enough for their involvement and their participation in the program, making it an excellent community program. For those that don't know about the Savior's Day program, it was a program that started from the beginning of our community. It celebrates the life that we feel is the life of African-American people up from slavery and becoming coming back as a member of the human family up from slavery, because a lot of people don't realize slavery wasn't hard labor like a lot of prisoners. They say, well, a lot of people in prison, but those people that are in prison, they're African-American family, but they are not they're not free as we find ourselves free to direct our lives and to plan our future and to plan our families and our community life and to enjoy it under God as free people as we do. And so Savior's Day came about as a celebration of the life that we found, the new life we found here in America. It's a lot more detail, but roughly we view ourselves as a new people. And you know what? I hear that the sociologists, I'm not sure, came in on the tail end of a report, a public report I heard in news media, that now the social scientists or the sociologists now are asking the same question that Imam Muhammad put before us. It's clear to us, but they're asking the questions, are African-American people or new people? And we're happy to hear that, because it's human nature to be social and to want to look out for his brother and his sister as he would look out for members of his family. And as we know that the person is stronger when you have support. And the entire family of the African-American people, that we're much stronger and much healthier when we identify as one as opposed to separate individuals, Although we're free to identify first and foremost with the human family, which includes all races, colors, all religious backgrounds, all social backgrounds. The human family is the first and foremost important family. But just ask any homeless man, did he wish he had a family to support him that he could lean on and that he can discuss his problems and possibly get back on his feet and become an asset to the public and himself, you know? So that's what the importance of the African-American family is, that we have suffered a lot of losses and benefits that you could get from being indoors with your family, enjoying the safety and security of a family, as African-American people have been viewed as a people that are kind of like outdoors of the from separate from the normal social benefits that one might find in his community. Like I tell my children all the time, I say, you know, those people are kind and polite, and you know, they may buy you candy when I won't buy you candy, but they're not your family. They'll never love you as much as I love you, and they probably would never love you as much as they love their own children. You know, so we have to remember that, you know, that we are a people and we are new people. So we have special needs that only we can provide for ourselves. And that's what I find many, if not all, that I desire in life, I find it fulfilled amongst my own people. And I feel most heightened in this pleasure and this enjoyment when we come together as a community, even when we meet with others like us that we may have never met on a personal basis before. But if we know that it's all of us here in the same room, celebrating the same thing, enjoying the same food, enjoying the same music, and praying to the one God that we all believe in and we love, and we all enjoying living a life as Muslims and following the religion that we all enjoy. Yeah, it feels and helps us a whole lot. So inshallah, we are going to have more information on Savior's Day, and on YouTube we'll be posting highlights from that, from the Savior's Day program. And there's a really rich history, and some of it was discussed, and there's a great benefit that we feel that we can offer to the rest of the African American world and community. Yeah. Because they, you know, there's a saying that people say, they say, hey, if you're not at the table, you're probably on the menu, or something to that effect. Did I say it right? Yeah. So African American people, most of us don't even know that that the whole world views humanity because of the social nature of human beings. We all view each other as potential resource to advance our own individual lives. And we seem to be the last people to take that serious, that there are people looking at our future, studying our behavior and studying our future, and looking to see how can we benefit the good future that they want for themselves, you know. And yeah, it's a very, very serious matter when it comes to that. I was watching a program the other day, and I saw some subtle misinformation in this program. It's a program I enjoy. And I was thinking to myself, why would they put that in there when that's false? You know, things that they were portraying, attributing to the Nation of Islam and certain behavior. And I said, oh, I see what they're doing. They're trying to introduce a blend of culture that was never intended to be blended. You know, like you all know, our leaders didn't speak Arabic. So they had the Nation of Islam speaking way more Arabic than I was familiar with, you know, in this program. And I said, and I love this show. One of my favorite actors is in it, and I enjoyed it. I said, so, but we have to be careful about that, because you won't be able to argue with a non-African American Muslim when they saw that TV program and you try to tell them, no, we did this. They say, oh no, y'all didn't do nothing but copy us. No, Now we were so different from Islam that Imam had to tell us. He said that the Nation of Islam we closer to Christians than we are to Muslim, to what a real Muslim is, So don't let them trick you. Don't let them rewrite your history, and because you'll look up and a different slave master have a chain on you, and that's real. That's kind of deep and metaphoric. But those of y'all that don't understand, write me or call me when we off this program. That to me is very important to get across. Is really, really important for us to see ourselves as a community and as a people well capable of navigating and directing our future for our own selves. And that should be a priority, but it should be also in our nature. It should be natural for us to enjoy the company of one another and be able to celebrate together, Yeah. Okay. Ramadan. We wanted to announce Ramadan. I don't know if Imam Hameen Rasul, we're well into the planning. The committee is well into the planning of the Ramadan. What we have in the last 10 days, we call them the Ramadan sessions, where we do reflection on the teachings. We have individuals, usually about 12 or 13 or maybe 14 this time, learned students and imams that look into their notes or their archives of the tafsir, which is the teachings of our leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad, Imam Waziruddin Muhammad Sr. And we discuss or give lectures as a way of preserving and giving direction for this day, for the current time, because as we know that Imam Muhammad, most of his lessons, most of his teachings or his Quranic commentary were designed to make community life easier for us, not just at the present day, but for the future also. So the Ramadan sessions are something that we take very serious, and we stick to a very strict regimen of presenting speeches that reflect the teachings of Imam W.D. Muhammad, not from our own mind. It's not necessarily a time for us to show off what Allah has blessed us with, but it's for us to reflect upon the teachings that Imam W.D. Muhammad gave. He referred to the Ramadan sessions that he established on his ministry as his Ramadan session. So out of respect for him, we try to keep that focus on his commentary. And he has left a lot of commentary for us to work with. So this won't be the time for us to be writing our theses, although many of us have great lectures and great commentary that we like to give, but we like to try to keep it in the focus. So we, inshallah, we hope that we achieve our goals during the Ramadan session. And the website, that's exciting news. I think I may have jumped the gun. Brother Adil was going to give it, that the website is up, ramadansession.net, right? Ramadansession.net. The website is up. And if you are prepared to register, you can register now. We have early registration. Those of you all that want to save a dollar on the program, that early registration is up now, and I believe we have about 17 days before Ramadan starts. So we all should be in the spirit and getting ready and preparing our lives and our families and ourselves for the observation of the holy month of Ramadan. And I think that's all I wanted to give today. If Imam Hameen Rasul is on and he has some comments he'd like to give, he can come in now and give those comments. or maybe fill us in on what to expect, inshallah.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
It's good seeing you.
You too, brother. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, sir. The theme, if everybody can see that, is the Ramadan, the month of purification. And it is to take place of the last 10 days, as you stated, Imam, or your second. And it's to take place April 14th through the 16th, starting off with Juma, after Juma, and everything is based on Central Standard Time. And the vending, well, after the 24th, the vending will go up to $50, and to register, then it will be $125 after the 24th of March. So you might want to get in on that saving, and we can start registering as Imam Muhammad just stated. And as you can see that the flyer is up, so we can start registering. So we're looking forward to a blessed, excellent Ramadan. And these imams, very scholarly. They present as scholars from the Quran and the Uswa of the Prophet and the tafsirs of Imam Muhammad. So if you never have attended a Ramadan session, you attend this one, you'll catch the spirit, and you'll be at all the rest one, inshallah. So thank Imam Muhammad II for allowing me to be the co-chair, and all those who are working with me. Things are going on real good, and we're looking forward to the Ramadan session. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, ma'am. Hameen Rasul. Alhamdulillah. Excellent, excellent. I'm really excited now. I've already started preparing myself for the month of Ramadan, but this is always something that we greatly enjoy, and we appreciate Imam Hameen Rasul, his tireless work and efforts that he seems to do so with such ease and such gracefulness, that we should always remember our leaders, and especially our hard-working leaders like our Imam, in our du'as, inshallah. And Allah will bless us with a successful Ramadan and a successful life, inshallah. This portion, I'm gonna turn it over to Brother Adil, and we're gonna get into our portion where we have our guest speaker, our keynote speaker for the day.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Imam Muhammad. We're next going to proceed, as the Imam said, to our featured guest presenter of the day. And we're going to turn it over to Imam Salim Manan for his presentation.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu. We say Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. I began, first of all, recognizing that there is nothing worthy of worship besides Allah, and that Muhammad is his slave servant and his messenger. And I also bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is his messenger. I want to thank Mosque Care's leadership, Brother Hadil, Imam Hadil, for giving me an invitation to come. I might have bit off more than I could chew, but I'm here to do the best I can, and I pray that Allah will guide me. I want to begin by, first of all, showing you something. If you can see this right here. I don't know if you can see this. Can you see that picture? Can you see Imam Muhammad?
Yes,
and
sir.
Then I'm on the left. My daughter, my oldest daughter made this up. Now, I didn't do this. She did this. And Pumpkin, we call her Pumpkin. Her name was Huria. And she died over a year ago. And she was precious in that my first two children had died. One son died with the cord wrapped around his neck. For 3 hours, they tried to revive him. And the second son was born, and he lived for 3 months. He had holes in his heart back in the 70s, and there was no treatment at that time. And all I could do, instead of watching that child thrive, I watch him deteriorate and then eventually die. And then Pumpkin was born. And man, I went crazy over Pumpkin. You know, I bought her, had sisters make her velvet dresses, and, you know, I did everything I could for her. And she was a blessing. I'm not sad about that. I'm a person like this. Allah had blessed you with somebody. I'm thankful for the time that I did have with her. I'm not crying over he's gone. No, we all go. Allah's in charge. But I'm so grateful to Allah for the time that I did have with her. And my topic is, and this is leading to my topic really, is the responsibility and role of men in supporting and building communities and families. Sustainable is the key component here. Sustainable. And my focus is going to be on men, of course, and their role. And my focus is on men because Imam Muhammad pointed us to a book called Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. I don't know if you had a chance to read that book, but for some people, you might want to get a pen and a piece of paper and write down this. But anyway, that book, he said that after hearing this statement that I'm going to say to you, he said every word became just that important to him and that precious. And he said it was the part where the main character in there was in the city and he was in a hole and he was looking up through a manhole and he called out and said, somehow I have got disconnected from my social responsibility. And for African-American males, that's exactly what has happened. Now, I will quickly go to a lecture that the Imam gave in Detroit at the Northwest Activity Center. As you well know, Imam Muhammad spent a lot of time in Detroit. He was coming at least once a month to different programs there in Detroit. And I was there helping him. Brother Rasul, Imam Rasul, was also there helping to facilitate his visit. So I don't think I missed any. But this particular meeting that he had was very important. We were at the Northwest Activity Center and he did something he never did before. He asked all the sisters to be excused. And they didn't want to go. You know, they was all going slowly. They was grumping as they were leaving. And they went to the back. They didn't completely leave, but they ended up going to the back. You know, and the Imam started addressing men and their responsibility in there. And he told us something that was very important. The Imam, and I think this was in like the early 90s, he outlined to us the plan that they had against the African-American male. He told us that they were going to flood the cities with guns and that they were going to take the jobs out and that they're going to lock us up. Those who didn't kill themselves or shoot themselves or get cooked on drugs, they're going to put them in prison and they were going to destroy the male. He told us that before it happened. And then he said at that meeting that they were discussing the plan against us, he said, one person asked the question, well, if we destroy the black male, we eliminate him and we do all these things to him, what is the sister going to do? What are the women going to do? They're going to be a burden on us. You know what the Imam Muhammad said? He said, they said, well, look, let's take the older man and make him attractive to the younger woman so that they who are settled, who have money and stuff, will be able to provide. Then they come along with all these commercials about the older guy, that's financially situated. He said, make them attractive and that way they won't be a burden on the people. Now, we know that plan came into place and I think it was under the administration of, what's her name? Hillary Clinton and her husband, who implemented that law that put us away a long time for marijuana and for other drugs and locked our men up. And that was just part of the plan. So coming from that, also, I want to take a hadith, and we're talking about men again. The hadith says this, Prophet Muhammad said, and I'll paraphrase it. He said that the devil was meeting with his devotees. And they had all went out over the world and they were reporting back to the devil. And he was like sitting on the throne. And one of his devotees came in and said, I have come between this country and that country. And he says, Satan hugs him and says, you have done nothing, and dismissed him. One of them came and said, Satan, I have made this country fight that country, and as many lives have been lost. And Satan says, you have done nothing. You are dismissed. And then one of his devotees stepped up and said, Satan, I have become between a husband and his wife. Satan says, you have done a great thing. And he hugged him. And he pointed that out. So again, they want to break up our relationships, and they want to do that by losing the definition for what is a man and what is a woman. And Imam Muhammad said this some years ago. He said that I don't know what's going on with our brothers, but it looked like they are in search of womanhood. You know, they want to argue with the woman over the curtains and what paint and this and that, when they should be out here doing the work of men. And what is the work of men? And I would just quickly go to a writing of Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass said, how can you speak of being men when you do not the work of men? You must build as well as live in houses. You must grow wheat, barley, and corn as well as consume it. You must protect and provide for your families. You must secure your neighborhoods. And I'm adding some other things. You must be responsible for the government that you live in. These are the men, and the needs of your wives have to be met by you. So that's the role of a man. And I would point out to you that a lot of the problems that we have are related to men, are related to us and our problems. Right now, there's a movement on the front where brothers are blaming sisters for our problems and our downfall. And they say, oh yeah, the sisters are holding the back. Yes, they're doing this. But if you read the Quran and you read the prayer of Abraham, may Allah's peace be on him, Abraham said to God, he said, oh Allah, forgive me for I've wronged my own soul. You have great men with many potentials that could do something, but are staying out there saying, well, I can't do what I have to do because I got the wrong wife, or my children are holding me back. And I've seen great men with great potential making that announcement that it's my children. They bear them, they this and they that, they give me problems, I can't do this. And I'm looking at him, I'm saying, you letting them hold you back when you have the ability to make a difference. So that is the focus. So we have to begin to look at ourselves and begin to blame ourselves. Now, I want to look at a book that the Imam published some time ago. And this is just a small book. Can you see it here? And we've talked about collective purchasing conferences. This is a very small book that the Imam put out. And I think this book is important because it begins, first of all, with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And some of us, I think we have forgotten that Elijah Muhammad used to come out and say to us, I love you, but I love for you to do something for yourself, to do something for yourself. And we know that we had amassed a lot of farmland. Well, the newspaper was making money. We owned a beautiful building in Chicago. We had acquired quite a bit. And I remember being in Chicago when they were taking all that away from us. And I remember fighting and marching around the judge. Judge Beninsky was his name. The federal government had a plan to take everything that we had. But I didn't forget what we were able to accomplish on our own. And I, first of all, want to thank Imam Muhammad for giving us the autonomy, because a lot of money that we made or we did in Saginaw, we had to send it to the headquarters. It was your father, Imam Wardi Muhammad, that said, look, y'all keep that money where you are and invest in your community, and you have autonomy. Don't do this. Because we used to go to Detroit, and them brothers would lock the door and take all the money we had in Saginaw from us, and they would have it down there. And the Imam changed that, and we started to invest in our own community. That didn't mean we didn't support. Yeah, we supported the Imam, because I established a new African Millennium distributorship under Imam Wardi Muhammad. And we did well with that. We did real good. But we want to talk about CPC and its importance. But first, we're going to begin with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and what he accomplished. And remember this, Imam Muhammad also told us this. He said, look, there was a brother in India because Great Britain had control of India. So they had control of the rice, the tea, and everything. And India wasn't doing that well. Great Britain was absorbing all of his wealth and taking it back to Great Britain. So one of their leaders, I can't remember his name, but one of the leaders of them said, look, we got to change this. He said, this is what we're going to do. He said, if there's one brother in our country that's producing something, we all are going to buy that from him. And I think that product was an umbrella, because in India, so high umbrellas are very important. So they said, we're going to buy it only from him, nobody else. He said that was his suggestion. So once they started buying the umbrellas from that one person, then he said, okay, the next item is this, the next item is that, until they started buying items produced by Indians, and he changed that outlook. And you know what happened? Imam Muhammad said that they took that brother, and every year they gave him his weight in gold. Every year they would take that brother. He didn't ask for it. He just was trying to make his people more independent. And they said that they took that brother and they weighed him every year and gave his weight in gold. That was Imam Wardi Muhammad. Was that, first of all, before he would ask for something, he would make it where you can make something. With CPC, he never took anything out of it. All that he did was invest in it, gave his time, but never took anything out of it. And that's what you have to do today to be a man, to sacrifice for the bigger picture. And that's important, because Allah, and there's another hadith that says this. It says that a man came to Prophet Muhammad. He said, how can I get Allah? How can I get the people to love me and Allah to love me? And the Prophet replied to him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, prayers and peace be on him. He said to him, renounce people's possession and they will love you. And he says, now renounce the world and Allah will love you. Now, what does that mean? That's just what we're talking about, is that you find a way to help the people to make the money, and then voluntarily they might help you with something. But then again, the world that he's talking about is the world of corruption, the loss of transparency, being conniving and planning against one another. That is the deceptive world that Shaitan has created, and it is void of transparency. So renounce that world. And be upright and honest, and don't use psychology to manipulate people, is what it will make Allah love you. Now, how do you know it's not the other world, the material thing? Well, Allah says, seek you with all that I've given you, the home of the hereafter, but don't forget your share of this world. He said that in there. So, and Allah says again, who is it that said that this world is not for you? He says for you, and in the next world, it is exclusively for my devotees. This is what Allah said. So that's not the world that he's talking about. He's talking about that deceptive world that has been built by Satan. So let us go on and first of all, look at the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and what he established so that we can be inspired by it. As we talk about Savior's Day and we talk about man's role in sustaining community and family life. He gave us something to energize us. He gave us something to expand our minds. He gave us something to enlarge our courage, make it bigger. He gave us something to increase our faith in our own ability to manage our own life and to work for our own future. And he wanted to make a physical picture or material showing because he knew the effects of the material showing would get more attention than the ideological showing or a philosophical showing, or a showing only in speech or in writing. We now want to build on the best that is left with us. We're building to live. We're not building to turn this over to a new generation that's going to revive it after it dies. We don't expect this to die. We're not doing anything that's terminal. It is not going to be terminated. It is not being terminated. It is to live with the generations now and the generations to come. For as long as America exists, for as long as the earth exists, we want our life tradition to live and grow and grow and grow. And we are prepared in spirit and in mind to meet the competitors. And they are all overwhelming, our competitors. We are just small, like fetal stage beginners, but we have such great spirit, such great determination, such great vision that we look down the road and we see ourselves competing with nations one day to make this world the world that Allah wants it to be. Okay, so our interest is not just in us, dear brothers and sisters. Our interest is in the whole world. But we know in order to qualify to get the world respect, we must get the respect from our own souls first. Our own souls don't respect us when we are depending on others and are lazy, waiting on something to happen and not making things happen. Our own souls don't respect us. So we know for our own souls to respect us and for the world to respect us, we have to first build up our own life. But so that vision that we have, we would like to put it there, and we like to be committed to it. And Imam Muhammad said this one time, and it inspires me. He met with some very wealthy people, and he spoke. And this is something that a lot of people may not know, that they were trying to get Imam to come and teach them. These are the big wise people, wealthy people. They heard what he was teaching. They say, oh, them people not going to respect you. Why are you spending your time with them? And Imam Muhammad wouldn't listen to them. If you look at 99% of his time, it was spent with us, coming to meet us, coming to be with us, planning with us. And Muhammad, when they asked him, they said, oh, Muhammad, you have spoken and we respect you. And they said, what can we do for you? And the Imam said to them, he said, look, I didn't ask you to do anything for me. He said, I just came. The only thing I would ask you to do is don't bring your big guns after us. Just stay out of our way. And the one brother said, well, you heard what he said. He don't want anything from us, and I was proud to hear that, because that's the only way that you're going to get those energies that's locked in your soul is you do for yourself. The Honorable Frederick Douglass said this many times. He said the best speeches, the best writings that he ever gave was when he was the captain of the ship. When he was following the abolitionist leaders, yes, the speeches were good. Yes, the writing was good. But when he broke with them and he went on his own, he admitted that the best came out of him when he was the captain of the ship. And it's the same way that Imam Muhammad is saying here today, too. So here, that is part of it. So let's look at it. Let's look at a little bit more of what it says about the collective purchasing conference. And that's a beautiful saying. Later, he came with ComTrust. Now, we did it because we trust Imam Muhammad. We trust him. But Imam Muhammad said we have to trust each other, dear brothers and sisters. We have to have trust. He said, Allah trusts you. But what is it for you to trust Allah and then you don't trust your brother? If we're going to get there and we're going to tap our resources and we're going to build a community where our children and our families and our wives can be respected, that they can have respect because we are men, then we have to trust each other. And I'm telling you right now, I'm pointing something to you that requires faith, that requires you to be brave. Now, you can find brave in many other ways, but to me, the strongest bravery that we need today is for you to come together and pool your resources and trust yourself, trust each other to make it come. Not to wait for reparations, not to wait for them to come down and solve your problems, what you have been created to do. Frederick Douglass said that no one is going to do for you what you have been created to do for yourself as well as you. No one is not going to happen. So we must. So here, the message of peace. We, the followers of Imam Muhammad, we have to be brave to trust his leadership in business and in other things. We must have the best interests of the people at heart. We want to save poor people money. If they waste money, it can become disastrous. And I'm told that we are worth going into $1 trillion. That's our market. Almost $1 trillion that we spend. And I can see why the FBI and everybody else is working against us, because we have these massive resources that they want to control, and they don't want us to wake up to our energies, because our souls are strong, dear brothers and sisters. Why? How can you say that, Salim? Our souls are strong because we have been held back, and they know us better than we know ourselves. They know that our souls are in a competitive position because we have been held back for so long, ready to release that power. And they want to do all they can to make sure that they harness our energies and not let our appetites and our energies work for us. Talking about the role of men. We have to see the value of Imam Wabidi Muhammad's leadership. Now, Imam Muhammad was not only a spiritual leader, because Imam Muhammad II, there's a tape that I'm listening to, and hopefully you got a copy of it. It was in... This tape that I have here is Memorial Day weekend, May the 26th, 2007. This is the Saturday before the Sunday's meeting, where Imam Muhammad talked about business on this tape. And I'm recommending that we listen to that tape, take notes and study it, so that we don't make the same mistakes that were made before. And you find out that there were people in Comtrust or in CPC that was working against the imam. They were organized to work against that effort. So we have to make sure that when we put an effort together, that we somehow insulate that influence, that it doesn't come in and destroy what we're trying to build as a collective group to save our people. Now, the brother talked about how they're taking advantage of us with that money, with the crypto money, cryptocurrency. And Imam Muhammad told us long ago, because we're not constituted spiritually correctly, that people can come along with plans like that to get us off track. They can come in and say, hey, play this number. You have no chance to hit it, but play it. And we play it. But if you go to them and say, well, here, I have a business plan. You invest with this, and over 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we will have this. Here's the plan. No, I look at it and say, is there nowhere I'm going to lose? No, you can't lose. Well, I don't want it. So spiritually, we have to be corrected. We have to see the value of W.D. Muhammad's leadership. Then when we win the respect of the people in big establishment, we want their goodwill. That's what we want. Don't get in our way. Don't harm us. We mean well. We want your goodwill. We must know what makes a person human and value the human essence and the true nature so much that we devote our whole life to bring a message of respect for human life. And then show people we feel it in their hearts, they will feel it in their hearts, and they will feel it in their brain when we know that's what we're standing for. We want to raise the level of responsibility and respect for the poor people. We want to manage our resources properly, and Muslims should lead that effort. And Imam Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Booker T. Washington, all of the leaders left a blueprint so that we can be successful, and that blueprint lays out us being responsible for our own destiny. For our own destiny, dear brothers and sisters. That's the only way that our sisters, our mothers, and all are going to respect us if we're doing that job and not standing back, complaining, and not having the courage to pool our resources, to work together, and to have something that will outlive us, that will live forever with our children, to gain the respect. And if we don't do that, then we're not living up to what our soul calls us to. Our soul didn't call us to just have our families sufficient and good, and we look out and our people are in the terrible condition that they're in. Our souls will whoop us. Our children will rebel against us because we left them nothing. We left them nothing that they can be proud of. And other groups are coming here and they're invested in the community. They open gas stations, hotel, all of that. And we're still sitting here crying the blues and not benefiting. I want to also share something with you that I think is important. And this is going to Frederick Douglass. Now, Imam Muhammad, these leaders that I'm bringing up now, they are leaders that were introduced to me by Imam Muhammad. Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, all of them. I knew nothing about these gentlemen. In fact, I thought that Booker T. Washington was Uncle Tom until I heard from Imam Muhammad. And he said there's not an Uncle Tom bone in his body. And when I did my independent research, he is correct. He was a courageous, brave man. He was a warrior for the advancement of our people. And I want to say that also Frederick Douglass, I want to quote from Frederick Douglass right here as we go forward. And I want to show, I'm pointing this out for a particular reason. And as I go forward, you will see. As one of the early abolition workers, this is his words, in receiving my full share of abuse and reproach for helping thus to stir up the North to effect the resistance to slavery in the day of its power, you will now think it strange that I am unwilling that the subject shall not be disposed of by simply inscribing the abolition of slavery to the war for the Union. This is 20 years after abolition of slavery. He was celebrating the abolition of slavery. Now we should understand the importance of that. That was a great victory. It wasn't the president. It wasn't any of them. This was a victory that God gave. Now, a lot of you might complain and cry, say, no, we're not nowhere. They're not doing this for us. And we that. This was a great victory for us. And the leadership that we have proved that to us, that the doors is open, the opportunity is there, and that right now, this is the best day for the human being to be alive, including us. It is the best day now for us to execute all of that energies that have been locked in our people, now to bring it out where we build something that we can stand back and say that we are responsible for it. And that's what New Africa is for. That's the idea. That's the concept of New Africa. It's something that we are responsible for. We plan the destiny. So he goes on to say, and celebrating our freedom, and he should be the one that celebrates it because he was in front of it. He was leading it. When they told him it could not be done, when the Bible works against him, when the government works against him, when everything was working against him and everything was in favor of slavery, they won the victory and got it abolished. How did they do it? The people would like to say, well, it's the war. The Civil War did away with slavery. But here's something, dear brothers and sisters, that's important that we understand, that we don't need a war today. Imam Muhammad said, you don't have to make an exodus and wear your legs and your foot out. The exodus you have to make is this in your brain, right here. You don't have to wear your bottom of your shoes out. The exodus is in your thinking, that your dependency on Pharaoh that you need to exodus from. So he goes on to say, you not think it strange that I'm unwilling that the subject shall now be disposed of by simply inscribing the abolition of slavery to the war for the Union, and that no mention shall be made of the real and original power that abolished it, and all the more because the same today is the rock and foundation which gives that measure of vitality, stability, and permanence. How emancipation being unsupported, had the emancipation been unsupported by moral conviction, implanted in the national mind and hearts by the abolitionist speaker and writer, had slavery been abolished simply by the sword, it would have revived as soon as the sword was returned to its scabbard. So here it's saying to us, dear brothers and sisters, that the way is the moral way, is the honorable way, is the appeal to the morals, is the appeal to our morals, to be morally upright, to be good in our intentions. Those are the keys to making it and appealing to it morally. That's where it started. So it was the abolitionists that really won the day when it came to the freedom. It wasn't the war. The liberty of the free man would have been delusive, transit, and worthless. The cast out devil of slavery would have returned to the old house of bondage and have brought more than 7 other devils with him. And the last state of that house would have been worse than the first. You remember that this demon did frantically endeavor to come back and repossess himself of the former place and power. Now, another thing, that when we win this victory that I'm talking about, we're going to be like soldiers on the front line, and we'll be able to see any inclination that we're reverting back. We'll be able to step in and stop it. We said, no, this conduct will lead us back. This will not move us forward. And that's what Frederick Douglass was doing 20 years after emancipation. He can stand out and look because he was more than anybody else responsible for bringing it with Allah's help, for getting our freedom. So he could look at and begin to see the kind of behavior on the part of us that was going back rather than forward. And he said, you remember that this demon did frantically endeavor to come back and repossess itself of its former place and power, that the freedmen were cheated, persecuted, starved by the old master class that combined against him to prevent his buying land and acquiring property, that for him they organized poverty. Now, poverty for us is organized. The parent, which is the parent of crime, poverty. Then when he worked that, fixed the lowest price and then defraud him of his wages. That if he refused to work under such circumstances, vagabond laws were framed, enacted, Jim Crow, and executed for the purpose of reducing him to semi-slavery. That regulator and Ku Klux Klans were organized, and midnight marauders, murderers, were turned loose upon him to make him feel that his liberty was a sham and that he was still under the iron heel of slavery. What has thus far defeated these desperate efforts of the devil of slavery to return, re-entering and repossessing his old abode? I would tell you, it is not this political party, nor that, but it is because of the liberty of the Negro is affirmed and decreed by the settled moral judgment of the nation. The moral judgment of the nation. It is because emancipation was a great moral victory. And dear brothers and sisters, the enemy of our progress is after our morality. That's what he's after. He knows the strength to where we have to go. And so we should know it. The victory of truth over error, over enlightenment, over deep-rooted superstition, over reason, over benign prejudice of race, a victory of the moral and religious nature of man over his perverted and degraded instinct. It is this that today makes the future of the colored race an interesting problem to the thoughtful men of all races, sects, and parties. And it is at the bottom of the effort now being made by many of our most influential religious denominations to send among the free man the influence of the Christian religion. Now, I want to quickly go in this speech that he gave 20 years after celebrating emancipation. And that is to say that he asked the question, where are we now? You know, where have we come? How far have we come? He says to us, he said, it may seem to you a humiliating confession, but it is nevertheless true that notwithstanding the fact that the colored man is emancipated and he's enfranchised, that he is made eligible to office, admitted to schools, and he sits upon juries, and in some cases he holds civil office. He sits on trial, both as a man and as a citizen. His 20 years of freedom have not taken him out of this court of inquiry. They're watching us and secured an unacquired judgment in his favor. You are watched. There are questions asked concerning him, which he cannot wholly answer by pointing to his 200 years of slavery or to his present environment. Something must come after freedom. Dear Muslims, this is our responsibility. Ignorance and moral degradation made us the easy victims of slavery. Ignorance, okay? Now, I would quickly go to the Bible, and it's in the tape that the Imam Wardi Muhammad II has. And this tape is racism. And the Imam point to how they used the three sons of Noah and said that Ham was cursed to be the hewer of wood and the carrier of water, and that represents the black race. And that meant that we were going to do the servile jobs, the cheap jobs, all those jobs. And right now, if you look at us across the landscape, that's the jobs that we're doing. You know, we accepted that idea that somehow we're cursed and we're the hero of woods and the carrier of water, do the manual jobs. And he goes on to say, in the first place, in the same way, work our ruin in our new relations as men and as citizens of this republic. What the world wants to know concerning us is the use to which we are putting our new opportunities. Whether as a class we left to ourselves, we have within ourselves the ability and the disposition to improve, whether we swim or only dive. Those who take an interest in us most profoundly wish us well, tell us truly that our emancipation was important and that our enfranchisement was more important still, but that the thing of all commanding and transcending importance is the character we form and develop as a component part of the American people. What is our character? Now, let us be candid with ourselves and with the Republic and tell the truth, though the truth should condemn us. We should neither deceive ourselves nor deceive others. Are we, dear brothers and sisters, as a class, advancing, or are we retrograding? Do we know more of books than formerly is admitted? Do we have more newspapers and literary societies than formerly? It's true. That we have more educated men, editors, doctors, lawyers, and office holders and preachers than formerly is true, and vastly to our credit. But are we, the colored people as a class, improving equally in the more solid matters of life? And what are they? Are we more industrious, more self-denying, prosperous, progressive than 10 years ago? Are we accumulating property and providing wisely for the future? Are we more thoughtful, more sober, more attentive to business, and more successful than formerly? Are we less inclined to seek pleasure and more responsive to the cause of duty? Now, I'll share with you what the Imam said about Ramadan. Imam Muhammad said, look, he said, I go shopping. He said, I don't like all this fancy jewelry and stuff. And he said that I shop, and a lot of times I shop clearance stuff. And he buys stuff like that. And Imam Muhammad said, I'm fasting. Meaning, I'm not mad at you, brother, if you like that jewelry and you like diamond rings and watches and stuff. I'm not mad at you if that's what you want, but I'm fasting. And I said, man, well, you know what? Fasting is you always fasting, and that you manage your resources and don't waste your resources. So here, Are we less inclined to seek pleasure and more responsive to the call of duty? Are we more disposed to sacrifice present enjoyment to the future happiness of ourselves and of our children? In a word, are we growing in all the relations of civilization and good citizenship? Have we fewer criminals among us than formerly? Have we fewer criminals among us than formerly? Are the former slaves better masters to themselves than old master? Now, the way we're abusing our bodies, we talked about high blood pressure and obesity and infant mortality rate and all the other problems that we have with our bodies. And they got some things coming down the road, brother. You're just not going to believe what they intend to do. We are oppressing our own self. These are some of the questions that the world is putting to us now, and they must be answered in the affirmative, or we shall forfeit the respect of the people among whom we live. This thing called American civilization is an unrelenting force, Like the Imam said, it is competition. It is overwhelming competition. This white man that we're dealing with, and I say white man, thinking man, who understands his abilities and his capabilities, and he goes out and he charges on that, and he moves on that, and he makes progress on that. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, we will be equal to the white man if we learn to think and work. You see, if we have equal knowledge. We must go on with it, make himself a part of it. And talking about the progress of America, we must go on and we must make ourselves a part of it. And that's why New World patriotism is so important. The Imam gave us years ago, but you know, that's more important now than it was then, because they went over there and they want to tear down the Capitol. Who's going to hold up America if you don't? I'm talking to you Muslims. New World patriotism needs to be embraced by all of us. The Imam took the flag, he kissed the flag. You know, it took courage to do that. And it's still some of us, we used to have the masjid, they had a flag. I can't find the flag no more. Where's the flag? And he encouraged us to have a flag with the yellow around it. And you can go online, go on Mosque Cares and read what he has, the statement on New World patriotism. And after reading that, there's no way, if you are conscious, that you can back up and not embrace this country. There's no way. And then if you get the tape called Freedom Space, there's no way that you can back up and want to go somewhere, because none of these leaders that I followed, that Imam Muhammad pointed us to, told us we leave in America. Even Honorable Elijah Muhammad went to visit some Muslim countries. And when he came back, guess what he said? He said, we stand here. He said, we stand here. This rule may seem harsh, but it's impartial and it's imperative and applies to one race as well as the other. That's becoming a part of America. I want to close this part of him, close this. And he saw this 20 years after slavery, that we were starting to retrogress from the great work that had been done by our noble ancestors to earn their way in life. And now Muslims, we have been given that torch. From Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Imam Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Sister Clara Muhammad. And I wanted to say a little bit about her and Imam Muhammad and what he said. And I want to make this clear. Imam Muhammad said many times, he said, I'm in heaven. Brother Wardi Muhammad, I'm going to say this, I'm going to get in trouble, I'm going to say this. I think, and I'm science, you know how we used to science about being soup? I'm sciencing. I believe that part of Imam Muhammad's heaven was his children, was y'all helping. They teaching us that it's nepotism. It's wrong to help your family do that. I have a cousin that's in the music industry, and they told him, don't trust your family. That's what they told me. And we actually believe that. We actually fall back and say, oh, I'm not happy. That's my family. That's nepotism. No, bring your family. My daughter, my children, they work with me. And that's what Imam Muhammad had his children working with us. I always was inspired by that. And that's what all you Muslims, get your family. First, you want to go out there and say the world, your brothers, your cousins, your sisters, your children, get them. And the feeling that you get will put you in paradise. Your wife working with you, your daughter's working with you, will put you in paradise on this mission. And I believe that was part of Imam Muhammad. He couldn't be in paradise because Prophet Muhammad said, he who educates 2 daughters will get to paradise, trying to get those, what they call those men that dominate and want to rule, trying to get them the importance of educating their daughters and making them leaders and governors and be responsible and equal with men in terms of exercising their God-given ability. You see, it ain't women that's the problem, dear brothers and sisters. When you go to Hajj, the men have to put on a diaper. I'm sorry to say it like that, but you have to put on ihram, and you wrapped up, and you running around, ain't nothing under it. It feel like a diaper. Allah is saying, you the problem, man. Well, you know, the Christians say Eve was the problem, but Allah is correcting that. We are the problem. We are not being what we're supposed to be. And we have to do like Prophet Ibrahim said, may Allah's peace be on him, forgive me for I've wronged my own soul. And it's not my children, it's not my family. And for you to blame somebody else, you're saying you're weak. That's exactly what you're saying. You're saying you're weak. So I want to close with something. And I think this is important. And this man that I'm going to introduce you to is important. And this gentleman, it was Imam Muhammad who introduced him to me. And I fell in love with this man. And this man is called Benjamin E. May. M-A-Y-S, Benjamin E. May. Imam Muhammad met him. Many of us probably don't know who he is. A very humble Christian, a very loving man who always worked to advance his people. Imam Muhammad loved him and met him, and he pointed him out. And in this book, this little small book that I have of him, of Benjamin E. May. Now, remember now, I didn't know him till the Imam met me, and that's important, is your introduction to these figures, even Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad in his image is saved with us because of the introduction of Imam Muhammad. If someone else had introduced Muhammad, guess what? He would have been like Jesus to us, walking around in the flooring and the red carpets and all that other stuff. He wouldn't have been human. But because Imam Muhammad introduced us to Muhammad, we have the best picture, and he's a human. Now, in this book, this brother said, and I'm talking to men, God, give us men. A time like this demands strong minds, great hearts, true faith, and ready hands. Men whom the lust of office does not kill. Men whom the spoil of office cannot buy. Men who possess opinion and a will. Men who have honor. Men who will not lie. Men who can stand before a demagogue and damn his treacherous flattery without winking. Tall men, sun-crowned, who lived above the fall in public duty and in private thinking. Those are the men that we need today. Now, I want to, how am I doing with the time? Y'all help me. Y'all helping me? With the time. And also, and this is related to us not leaving America. We have to take ownership, dear brothers and sisters. And I don't think that we sufficiently embrace this country the way that we should. And we're going to make it accessible so that you begin to understand that your leaders of substance never wanted to leave this country, and they wanted their share of this country. Frederick Douglass said this in one of his books, and I want to share it with you because, again, it goes to the subject. But how stands the matter? I believe that simultaneously with the landing of the Pilgrims, there were landed slaves on the shores of this continent. Now, they're arguing about 1619, whether the slaves came with the Pilgrims or not. Well, here, Frederick Douglass put that to bed. They landed shore, and that for 230 years more, we have had a foothold on this continent. We have grown up with you. We have watered your soil with our tears, nourished it with our blood, tilled it with our hard hands. Why should we not stay here? We came with it when it was a wilderness and were the pioneers of civilization on this continent. We leveled your forests. Our hands removed the stumps from your fields and raised the first crops and brought the first product to your table. We have been with you, are still with you, have been with you in adversity, and by the help of Almighty God will be with you in prosperity. So here, we have earned it. We paid for it. And this is not asking for reparation. This is asking for me to realize my gifts, my soul, and my energy and my appetite need to be employed by me, not by somebody else. That's what they're doing. They're employing our energies. They're employing our minds and our hearts to advance them, understanding our value. So the only way that we're going to release what Allah has given us is that we respond to our soul when it calls us to be in charge of our destiny. Now, I don't want to take up any more time. I think I've covered just about everything that I wanted to cover with you, but just say that in closing and recommending that you read the books that are published on Mascares, all of the books of the Imam. If you want to expand your dawah, all the tapes and the books. Now it's hard, and I got tapes. It's hard for me to push my own tapes when I know that Imam Muhammad has tapes out there.
That's right.
And he can say it better than I can say it. And I have all the tapes, cassette tapes, and all of that. I have them. And even if he said it in 1975 when he first came in, guess what? It's not outdated. It's still good. You can still use it. And the Imam also said this: bring him anybody when he addressed the Bible. And Brother Muhammad II, he has some excellent tapes that go through the Bible that we all should have. We all should become, those who want to learn and who are conscious, you should become proficient at the Bible and on his tafsir on the Bible. Because that's the way you're going to help free our people. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said our people buried in the Bible. And the Imam has unburied them by giving us a definition of what the Bible really says and what it means. And we need to share. And I've shared it with people, and man, the Christians lit up. And they're waiting for more because they're a little more enlightened and intelligent than we give credit for. And all we have to do is take what Imam gave us and maybe don't add nothing to it, but just say it as he has said it to us. And you will see them be enlightened. I better close. What time is it now? I lost track of time. But in any event, I hope that I've been able to say something, to share something with you. And again, Imam Muhammad, I know that you might have this tape. It's on Memorial Day weekend, May the 26th, 2007. And that's that Saturday before the first Memorial Day. That's a bit when he met with all of us business people. And he told us what was going on. And understand that, listen to me, and I'll close on this. I went to the meetings. I was a part of Salam Nutrition. And your father built something that was absolutely beautiful. They don't know that. A lot of people don't know it because they didn't participate. But I went to all the meetings, so I knew what was happening. Many of the people that criticized that effort, when I talked to them, guess what? They didn't donate no money, and they never was at a meeting. Never came to a meeting. And I look at myself, I've been at all the meetings in Chicago and the conferences, all of that. And he kept me up to date what was going on. I never seen you there. But they want to criticize it and say, oh, somebody did this, somebody took that. They didn't know what was happening. But on that tape, Imam Muhammad clarified it, and I'm hoping that we can extract it from it. The brothers who are business conscious, extract from it how we move forward now. How we take our resources, dear brothers and sisters, and move forward to free our people, the poor people, to manage their resources. If we don't do that, who's going to do it? Allah will replace us? But that's our goal. That's what Islam has come to do. And that's all. Thank you for allowing me to come. I pray that Allah will guide us and forgive us our faults and have mercy on us. I mean, alhamdulillahi wa rabbil alameen.
And all praises due to Allah. Thank you so much. I see you still got a lot of soldier left in you. All praises due to Allah.
It's my life. It's my life.
I know it, and it warms my heart. It makes me feel good. So that we still in good hands, and somebody hear you. Somebody out there is listening, and somebody hear you, and you're doing a lot of good, a wonderful job, and you don't have to prove yourself to us. We witnesses too. We witness that. Alhamdulillah, that we have a lot to be thankful for, a whole lot to be thankful for. Yeah.
Let me say this. You invited me to your house, and I came to your house, and I wonder why he picked me. I didn't know. And I came to your house, and I'm sorry, why he picked me. But you know what? That's what we have to do.
It could have been something you said. I don't know. A lot of times you may not realize, and we travel together. So in our travels together, we get to know each other, we get close. And I think we probably were talking about personal things. So I said, well, if you see for yourself, then I don't have to tell you, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But that's a key component in the advancement of our community, is that we visit each other in our home. Because in the Quran, Allah said to Prophet Muhammad, he said, when you come, don't come too early. And when you stay, don't stay too late. So that means Prophet Muhammad had visitors.
Yep.
And your daddy had visitors.
Well, and me personally, my home is more than my home. I'm like one of them Chinese shops or whatever, where they got the apartment upstairs, and you be like, when do these people go home? They don't never go home. They're always at work. Well, my work is my home, you know, and it always has been that way. And I'm grateful to Allah, you know, and yeah, it's wonderful. And I know you had mentioned about my father in heaven, but I always reflect on what the prophet said, that heaven lies at the foot of the mother, you know?
Yes.
So,
yes.
So you know, Imam wasn't the only one of us in heaven. There's a lot of us in heaven, and especially them babies, all them babies, they straight from heaven. So, so in the arms and in the trust and care of the mother, that baby's in heaven. And so what Imam Muhammad, I believe more importantly, that he was saying is that he trusts Allah, and that's why he's in heaven. And if we trust Allah, we'll all be in heaven. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, he did. And he was obedient.
Nothing but a joy and a pleasure in our eyes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Yeah, that's beautiful. And as far as us as a people, we got everything we need, you know. CPC. When you talk about CPC, the Collective Purchasing Conference, 500 investors, right? At $2,000 equal 1 million.
Yeah.
Simple formula. Simple. So don't give up on it. It's a simple formula. All you have to do, and we have a market, the mosque is. I'm just sitting here waiting. I was born in this seat. I didn't earn it. I didn't come up here and work hard for it. I was born in like I said, in a community that was capable, and at the time was supplying all of its needs. So, you know, all we have to do is accept each other and learn to love and trust each other, and everything. You know, I got products people sell, but I always remind people, I don't sell the tapes just to make money for myself, and I'm not making money. I even share the proceeds with it, but I'm a respected member in this market, which represents capital gain and money. I could sell pencils if I want to, and I probably would sell more pencils than I sell CDs and DVDs, to be honest with you, because the market that I'm in is like community or family. So whatever we have, we should continue to support our imams, support our scholars, because many of us, we know us as imams, but some of us have businesses, and some of us have other things that we do, other talents. I always tell young people this: don't go after money. Money is a byproduct of service. Go after service. If you serve, somebody's going to pay you for your service. And we have everything. So, you know, you're not going to hear me complain. I know we hear a lot of these people, like you said, and we're not going to call them out and say, well, these are the hypocrites among us. We don't know who they are. But until we educate them, like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, that what's the duty of a Muslim is to teach civilization to the uncivilized. And we need to continue more so, less teaching and more example. And brother, you set the example for them. So your conscience should be clear. If people listen, I love to see you with a book. If you can put a book together, maybe they'll sit down and read, you know, and listen, you know, to what you have to say, because all the evidence is there and all the proof is there in the speech you gave today. And we thank Allah for you. We really appreciate it. And you have been to my house, so I can consider you a friend. I almost want to ask you to drop a couple of bars for us before you go. I know you, like a lot of them don't know you. I know you got a good voice, but I ain't gonna pressure you.
No.
You do that today. You do? You like to sing? You still sing?
Yeah. And in fact, that one song that I sing, now we should be able to do this. Like you said, you was born in this. We old enough now that we should see that we were actually born. And when we look at our life, it brought us here.
If not physically, you were reborn.
Yeah,
Spirit.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
intellectually.
everything tells us.
Mhm.
Everything tells us. I was laughing at my wife.
Yeah.
My wife was over there smiling.
Yeah, she want to hear you sing too. See, now you got an audience. You got an
No,
audience
you think
here.
I can sing? You should hear my daughter.
Really?
She's here.
Okay.
You should hear her.
Well, if she's standing there, why don't y'all do something together? I know y'all sing together sometime.
Hey, go tell Jihan to come in, man. She won't sing. Jihan won't sing.
People
shy.
People don't
I've been
understand.
trying
This what Savior's Day, and this is what community and family is about. It's about sharing love. What you love, you sharing with us now. You sharing with the community.
This song, I will share this song with you a little bit, okay? And this song is early in my life, and it led me to Imam Muhammad. And I wasn't Muslim. And this song is sung by Grady Tate. And I listened to it, I guess, about 12 or 13 years old. And I listened to the song. And the song goes, start chasing rainbows, see where the rain goes as it picks up the sun's glow, and follow the path where the flowers grow. Learn where the bees go. Isn't it funny? They are loaded with honey. They follow the path where the flowers grow. Turn off the neon. Just take 100 steps and leave what they call life behind you. Leave all the lies that would blind you, and maybe the real truth will find you. Won't you take 1,000 steps? Learn giving's good as receiving. Reach out for things worth achieving. Find someone you can believe in, and don't ever turn back. Follow, follow, follow. Now you see that song led me to Imam Muhammad. Can you hear that?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
That was many years ago, and I didn't know nothing about Islam, but that song had me waiting for somebody.
Okay.
That when he come, don't turn back, keep following.
Alhamdulillah.
And that's what I did. Yeah. That song led me there, and that's why I sang that song. No, I don't know about Jihan. Jihan.
That's you living proof of that dynamic African Americans soul that Imam Muhammad said that we slave. You bear witness to the fact that we freed the slaves, that we freed ourselves. Yeah, we freed ourselves a long time ago.
Yes.
With our hope and our faith.
Yes. It's a victory. It's a victory, and it's a tremendous victory that we won by our efforts. And so that means we can go on. We can go on.
That's right.
With Allah's help, we can go on.
And that's going to be the key to our success in the future. Yeah, keep going. We just got to keep going and keep believing. That's right.
Yes.
Here she is.
Here she is.
Yeah.
Sheeta, come here. I want to introduce you to some people. Sheeta, look at her. She acting up. But she can sing. Come around here. Can y'all see her?
Alhamdulillah.
That's my baby girl.
That's
she's
the baby.
In
Okay.
Third year. Yeah, she's in
beautiful.
Third
she got dimples like me.
Yeah, she's in her 3rd year of college, and she's going for journalism.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
So now, do you want to sing a song?
I can't.
I
can't.
Come on, let's put some of them demons to sleep. Because see, this is what our community missed. Imam Muhammad went so far as to introduce our community so we can come out of our shell and learn to love each other and appreciate each other. And it goes a long way. That's why I asked Imam to sing, because people see him as an imam dealing with the serious matters, but he also is a human being with a human heart. You see?
Yeah.
Come blow for us right quick.
I didn't warm up or anything, y'all. I don't know if I can.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
It's all good. It's all good, sister.
It's all good. It comes. What's from the heart is always good.
Yeah, because I was messing up. I wasn't warmed up either. You know, but I go forward.
Guess who can sing too? Guess who's my baby girl up there?
Yeah.
But
well, make them sing, man.
Oh my God, she's so scary. All she do is sing. If I turn down the sound, hey Dawa, you want to sing something right quick? She said, "I'm good." I mean, she don't want to sing.
Yeah, and I got another daughter,
All she
Zarina.
do is sing, yeah.
I got another daughter, Zarina. I want to line it up with her. She's in the medical field too. She's
Allahu
a
Akbar.
research. She's she does medical research. And so she has a lot of information that would be pertinent for us for someday. I want to line it up. She might be online now, but I'm going to have her come and make a
Maybe we
presentation.
have her come back and if she will accept, if she want to do a first Sunday, maybe we can have her come back.
Right. I can have her. Yeah. She helped me. I work with Great Lakes Bay Health Center. I'm on the board for it's a health center that provides healthcare for underinsured and no insured people. I've been with them for about 30 years.
Okay.
And she helps me a lot, you know, to navigate through the medical system with them.
Yeah.
And so I think she would be beneficial for us if we heard
I might need her help because my wife's insurance ran out on me a few months ago.
It did?
Yeah, you know, I was on her insurance for ever. And me and the children, so we got new insurance now, but ouch.
Oh, yeah, it pays. You have to look at. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I work with the
That
federally
bill.
funded clinics. I
Yeah.
work with the federally funded clinics and have
Okay.
been working with, and their service, we can talk a little bit about
Yeah, maybe
them.
we
but I
can
don't
learn
know.
something from, we'll learn something from you.
Right. Yeah, I can give you some
You
information
might have
on
some
that.
hands up. Are you prepared to take some questions if people want to
I can't believe them. People got
hands
questions.
up. You said a lot. I got like 10,000 questions for you. You said a lot. That's why I said I'm gonna have to read the book. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
All right, Imam Alfred, looks like you had your hand up first, and as you mentioned, there are a lot of comments complimenting you on the presentation, Imam Salim. People just saying, Alhamdulillah, excellent job. Imam Alfred.
Assalamu alaikum, Imam Wardi Muhammad, and assalamu alaikum, my beloved guest. I must tell you, I said I was out campaigning, you know, it's campaign season. I said I got to come off the campaign trail to hear this brother. I've had informal conversation, but never really had and heard you speak. And you're phenomenal. And we need to have some men's meeting with you speaking. Man, you hit every note that we need to hit of what Imam Muhammad's work is all about. Resurrecting our people.
Right.
And I'm glad that you can sing because, you know, you follow the tradition. Our mother of this community, Sister Clara Muhammad, she could sing.
Yes.
So, and I think Imam Muhammad could sing. So, you know, I don't have any musical talent.
Yeah, he sang all the time in the house. Yep.
And you know what, you definitely struck a nerve, and I'm gonna close it out with this. I'm writing my master's thesis at University of Chicago. And the master's thesis is called Toward the World House, from Benjamin Elijah Mays to Imam Warith Muhammad.
Alhamdulillah.
And you know what? That bonded me to Imam Muhammad. I was talking one day in the back. I was talking to some of these other Negro leaders. Imam looked at me like I was crazy. Then I said, Brother Imam, I love Dr. Mays. He said, you like Dr. Mays too? And one of the greatest leaders, I made sure that my son went to Morehouse so he could just stand in the spirit of Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays. You said a lot. We need to hear from you more. We're going to bring you to the East Coast. You're the kind of Imam we need to bring to our public. And not to just our public, to the general public.
Yes,
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your courage.
Thank you.
Yes.
Allahu Akbar.
All right, was there any more questions or comments? This is the time, if you have any questions or comments for Imam Salim Manan, this is the time. Sister Najma, looks like you're up next. And for the YouTube audience, if you have a question or a comment for Brother Imam Salim Manan, go ahead and enter it into the chat and then mention it. I see one comment from the YouTube side. They said they thank you for having this lecture, Imam Salim Manan, and for addressing us. Sister Najma, you can go ahead, and then we'll go with the 770 from the phone lines next. So 770, you'll be next after Sister Najma.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Imam Salim. It's Sister Najma.
Wa alaikum assalam.
How's everyone? Good to hear your voice. Good to see you. You really brought it today. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. And I wanted to give your wife my phone number. We out of touch. My phone died and I didn't have her number. So if she's there, can you take my number down and give me a call?
Wait, Manana. Yeah. Where are you now?
Can you take an email, Salim, and give it to
Yes,
her?
ma'am. Here, give me a pen so you can write down her number. Yeah, Manana's on her way to Morocco.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, she's on her way.
Beautiful job, Brother Imam Salim.
Thank you. Here, what's that number?
816.
Was it
812?
816 813
816 812
813.
813.
So 816 813 4827.
4827. 816-812-813-4827?
No, 816 813 4827.
27. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, alhamdulillah. Give me a call, inshallah, maybe before she leaves. Assalamu
Yes,
alaikum.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 770. I believe that's Sister Zelly.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Alaikum assalam.
The brother who spoke, I'm sure I've heard him at some given point in Chicago. I lived there for many years. From Stony Island, my children attended school. That's just a quick bit of history. But I just want to know, brother, how much I appreciate what you talked to us about. Our brothers are so much in our hearts and spirits. Right now, it does look like they're trying to take our brothers away from us because they want to make them like females and that type of thing. But when you spoke to them about business, and my grandson attended Morehouse also, and all the wonderful things you mentioned in reference to New World patriotism, and Benjamin Mays, so many things you share with us. I'm just so grateful how you talk to us as believers, and I have been in this community for many years. My last name is Omar, but I can't picture you for some reason, but I know Allah gave you to us to hear what you were saying today. And yes, my brother, we really, really appreciate you. We need to go forward with the culture piece and business. When you sang, it's something in my mind saying, I know I heard that song. So yes, you have a beautiful voice, and we're going to come forward to make this community more balanced and alive, because we have it in us to do what we have to do, and you are helping us to do that. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Brother Warteen Muhammad II. We really appreciate you, and I pray that your daughter will come and sing with his daughter, inshallah, at some performance we're going to have in the near future, hopefully after Ramadan. Assalamu alaikum. Sister Zelly in Stone Mountain, Georgia. That's where I live now.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, brother. Thank you. Thank you so much for your sharing.
Alhamdulillah.
And we had next we had Brother Imam Anthony.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wow, alaikum assalam.
You know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yay. Oh, brothers and sisters, Imam Salim and I have been talking for many years, and one thing we talk about safety and also progressing here, and you got the best safety lesson that you ever heard. Yeah. I'm so grateful that you stepped up and like fulfill the responsibility that we always talk about, and thank Allah for you, and that you have a lot more to give, and I just feel the spirit that we want to hear more from you, more of a guidance there, how to bring that history up. And one particular thing, your thing on reparation, it just, alhamdulillah, you explained it well, and where we should be going for that is from Allah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Brother Imam. Thank you.
All right, up next we had Sister Esther Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum, Imam Salim.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I certainly enjoyed your wonderful presentation today. It was so inspiring. And I'm just really inspired to hear you talk about CPC. I used to work with Imam Warthi Muhammad with the CPC, and I pray Allah that we can revive that, because it's so important, it's so necessary for our community. And thank you so much for such a beautiful presentation.
Good to hear your voice, Sister Esther. Yeah, we no need to revive it. It ain't never died. It ain't gone nowhere. It's a simple formula.
Yes, it
It's a
is.
simple formula. And any businessman that picks it up, I told him before, when many years ago, I said, I'll get behind you. You pick it up, I get behind you and support it. It's a simple formula. And we don't have to start with $1 million. We can start with whatever you all want to work for, and then put that product on the market. I think CPC started with, I think he went to Syria and bought garments, underwear, socks, and things like that. And then we graduated from that. After that money, as the word they use in the society, after we flipped that, we turned that into however many millions or whatever money we needed to get. I think it was 72,000 pounds of shea butter from Africa. And we used some of the proceeds from those earlier purchases and bought equipment to process that. And then distributors, all independent distributors, took theirs and became businessmen overnight. It was a simple formula, very, very simple formula. And it's beautiful. Just the story is beautiful. Should make you want to go into business. Yep.
That's right.
And we thank Allah for soldiers like you that stand around and don't forget and don't give up on that dream. I saw something the other day on the TV, man. See, we got to watch out. We need each other. They yelling after not Savior's Day, after the month of Black History Month. A commercial came on. He said, there's a guy yelled, and he kind of sounded like a Southern type of, I don't know, maybe it was in my mind, but it was like a former slave master or something, yelling, dreams are meant to be broken. I'm like, dreams are meant to be broken? How can y'all say that? Black people didn't just love Dr. Martin Luther King. The whole country loved Dr. Martin Luther King. And no, dreams are meant to be given hope and meant to be watched and interpreted and pursued. Dreams are meant to be pursued, not broken. So we got to watch out, man. Anytime they downplay Black History Month and then on top of that throw insults on top of it, and they're trying to appeal to the subconscious, you see, so that we would reject Dr. Martin Luther King. We got a long way to go, but we're here. And believe me, brother, the Mosque Cares will always be a platform for any industrious imams or believers that want to see some of our dreams accomplished, and we can do it. We can do it, inshallah.
May Allah bless you, your family, Imam Warasadi.
Yeah, thank you.
Your father, I believe he gave birth because before him, you didn't see Colonel Sanders, McDonald's, and all of them combined together in one building. You know what I'm talking about?
That's right. You talking about CPC, brother? We can write volumes on what they took from him.
I mean, what they got from us when they started going in the same building. They were sharing taxes, utilities. All these little big people got together in one little place. Now
people might say you should have kept that secret. Remember, one of the first things he told us when he started CPC, he said that you can't keep secrets today.
Yeah,
you can't keep no secret. So his whole business format is being followed. That's what people don't know. Not just his tafsir on Quran and Bible, and his scholarship in religious in the path of religious sciences. Also, his business formula, I see it everywhere, and I witness with you. I witness with you, brother.
Yeah.
There's so many things. There's so many things. His whole formula is out there. It's out there. Progress. I see things that we've said since he passed on here, and I tell my children, my children all know this. I assisted my daughter when she was younger than this daughter, my older daughter, with projects. And I walk in Walmart, I see it on the shelf.
Yeah.
2 things that I know were science projects that she submitted nationally. Wind up, I see those things, but that's what happens with ideas. Ideas are not meant to be kept. Ideas are meant to be shared in the benefit. So I don't feel not one bit like, oh, they got the ideas Imam Muhammad came up with. you know, it's just not time for us, I guess. But so when we pick them up, we'll be successful too.
Right.
As soon as we pick up CPC, we'll be successful too. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Is there any more questions or comments for Imam?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Yes, sir.
This is my big brother.
Yeah.
I thought you
Me and
fell asleep.
Salim, we go way back, what, about 78? 78. Him and Robert Shaheed. Man, what they did in Saginaw. They were so far ahead when back then in Saginaw. And I've known him over the years. Dynamic brother. Were we in the same martial arts class with Imam Rasul?
I told Rasul I used to beat up his son. Y'all remember that, do you?
No, I don't remember that.
I was teasing him the other day. Yeah,
Yeah,
I took training from him one time. Yeah, we was going to Flint.
we were together. You, Robert.
Yeah, in fact, I wrote up the papers so that the GM would pay for the class.
Wow.
That's Rasul. I'm the one, because GM was paying money for tuition assistance, and I wrote up the papers so that the company could pay him.
Wow.
When he got, and I was going. Yeah,
you're a dynamic brother. You did so many things that I mean, what your lecture spoke for itself, man. Excellent. I'm proud of you, man. And we all thank you for all that you've done and that we know you, and just keep doing the good work. Look forward to hearing you speak again. You're a dynamic speaker.
Yeah. Hey, I'll sing that song for you sometime. What is it? Message of Concern.
Oh, okay.
The images.
Yeah. Okay.
See, this is what's going to change. This is what's going to change the world. When we see sincere believers that love this community the way we feel it should be loved, and we reflect that, reflect that. Instead of all these stern faces whining and crying about, what somebody else did or why ain't no roadblocks in our way. And I honestly don't think there's no conspiracy, no hidden hand trying to hold us back either. I think ain't nothing holding us back but ourselves. And so whenever we learn to love and trust each other, that's when Allah will bless us and we'll be able to achieve great things. Inshallah.
You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it is. But we don't have that problem, do we? Not here, not in Michigan and not in Chicago.
That's right.
When it's time to come, we hear the call and we say, "Oh Lord, we hear and we obey."
That's
we
right.
come rushing. We rush to the work. We don't run from it, and we don't sit and whine and talk about what shoulda, coulda, woulda. We don't do that. Not here. Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum. I wanted to mention briefly, I always got to mention the Dean Soup newsletter, Brother Imam War second. We have a newsletter, Brother Imam Salim. Imam Wardi Muhammad approved it. It's been about a year now, and I would love to get your presentation and put it in the Dean Soup newsletter, inshallah. So you have my phone number. So if you can get that to me, we can do it in part 1, part 2, whatever. But I think it's very important, a very key piece of our history going forward for 2023. And Allah says in Surah 23, the Muslims will be successful. So inshallah, this is 2023, so look for success. But I would love to get that presentation and put it in the Dean Soup newsletter put out by the Mosque Cares. Inshallah, we have Brother David does something regularly. We have some regular contributors to the newsletter. Sister Tawanda, Brother David, Brother Imam, Brother Edward Abdul Aziz does a poetry, or this is called Scoop from the Soup for Imam Wardi Muhammad. So I would love to get that. So please send that to me. Again, you have my phone number. I put it in the chat. So inshallah, get with me so we can get that in the Dean Soup.
Okay. And brother Imam Adil he has my email and all my numbers and stuff. Brother Adil was the one I touched base with. So he has my information too.
Alhamdulillah. And that's excellent, Sister Najma. He carries the spirit of Dean Soup, That's the spirit. That's the spirit of Dean Soup. Allah is my witness. If you ever want to feel good, read the Dean Soup catalog. Read that Dean Soup. Inshallah, maybe we'll publish it on paper and make it available. But meanwhile, it's a feel good for people that think alike and have the same aspirations and idea for the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. It really does represent us well. and the future. I believe it's the spirit of the future that Imam Muhammad left with us, that good future that he asked us to have. And I believe he was looking at us in the future. He was looking at us present, but he could see us in the future. And I believe that's the future he was looking for. And we thank Allah for you. We're going to continue to make dua for you and your family.
Oh, thank you so much.
Keep working hard. We right by your side, brother. Inshallah, we're going to be right there.
No.
Okay.
I love y'all too, man. I love y'all.
Love you too.
Brother Adil, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Brother Imam Salim Anan. That looks like all the questions and comments, and I think the President, Imam Muhammad II, has said it all. And that sounds like we can get ready to close on that note. Just remember that inshallah, respecting Ramadan, inshallah, to come is expected around the 22nd, 23rd of this month of March, inshallah. And then we'll have our Ramadan sessions program, inshallah, April 14th, Friday through April 16th, Sunday, inshallah, which will fall in the last 10 days of Ramadan, inshallah. So please support the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. You can donate. It's a link in the chat to where you can donate, and as well as register for the Ramadan sessions at ramadansessions.net. With that being said, I'll turn it back over to the Imam to close us out, or to
Yes, alhamdulillah. Thank you all for attending. I hope you enjoyed the program, those that are live here on the Zoom, and also on the YouTube side. We appreciate your support, and we thank Allah for you, and we look forward to seeing you all at the next month's first Sunday. And we're really excited about what we have lined up. There's going to be some history. What was the subject matter? I know it's the subject was on, I believe it's, Oh yeah. We'll look forward to it. When we put the flyer together, I don't want to add or take anything from it, but there's some information about the rich legacy that our community carries with it, and some history. And you're going to get to meet one of our very, very important pioneers and get firsthand information from our keynote speaker at the next First Sunday meeting. And I want to greet everyone with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And we're going to make a quick dua. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Walas, inna al-insana lafi khusr illa alladhina aminu salihat wa tawasaw bil haqq wa tawasaw bil sabri. Ameen.
La ilaha illallah.
Amanu wa amalu.
Yeah.
All right.
You want
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome everyone. Alhamdulillah. It was a beautiful first Sunday again. Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers.
So I'll put my camera on.
Assalamu alaikum,
Okay.
Turn these devices.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters.
So more people.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alhamdulillah.